ads are over. Alright, let's get in here, huh? Hello, everybody. How's it going today? It's your possibly favorite Arctice Fox hanging out on the internet today, the Thursday, right around noon. My cats are in and out of my room because the cleaning lady's here. Just opening my door over and over. That's okay. I'm not going to be hollering today. I'm not going to be doing all this, all the voicing that I usually do because we're doing story time. It's Red Moon Rose. In the same vein as Carnelia, the Back Alley Doctor, Glenn, Gambler Jack, other stories. There were other stories. Heck if I remember them. Oh, this time, Red Moon Rose. Dull Night, right. Dull Night was interesting because it was all on a bookshelf in the Kalvard Embassy in Gransel, I believe. I believe that's why that one was interesting compared to the rest. Yes. But today was probably, I believe, the longest story they've written so far, besides the games themselves. Clocking in at 101 pages, but of course the font is a little larger than you'd expect on a normal book, so I don't know how many pages it would actually look like in your standard novel. But it is light novel tier, so it could take a whole lot of stream to get through this book. Did you do a physical release? I don't know. I haven't read it yet. I don't know if it's good or not. What I am curious about finding out is how do Falcom do their vampires? Right? Every piece of media that has vampires does them slightly different. Yeah, you either got your Twilight vampires, and then you got your Underworld vampires. The Underworld vampires are pretty much almost the same as the Blade vampires. But then, are they the vampires that even suck blood? Or are they the vampires that just, like, steal human, like, life force just by, you know, like, they grab onto their shoulder and suck out of their, just life force away like that? Without biting. There's different kinds of vampires. I'm curious to find out. I got my coffee. I got my water. And I am going to prepare my reading voice. So, what I'm going to do is launch Trails. How did you like CS1? I had a lot of fun with it. And I would not have spent 330 hours in the game if I wasn't having fun. Like, whenever I think about starting a different series, I wonder to myself, how could it match up to Falcom? How could it possibly match up to this level of this amount of storytelling? In a single game. And then have several games to look forward to afterwards. One continuous series. Let's see here. Just gotta find the right save spot. Ha ha ha. Femboy Satan. Yo. Femboy Satan, huh? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I'm in the corner, I guess because I'm setting up. Y'all can hear it. But I'm setting up to read Red Moon Rose. think I want to hide the sound effects because I don't want the bell going off in the background. Hieroglyphics? You know, I actually have... well, where did it go? Just a second. I know I have it around here somewhere. I'm sure you would be pleased, Satan. It's too small. Can't read it. It's too small. Font's too small. Alright, I'm gonna start with this music. And then once the mood gets to it in this in the Curse of Ra. Is that when I cough up sand? Where's a good spot to read this? You just like go out into the park. Okay. So I want to turn off the bell. Oh, we have music playing in the background. Blind Nightmare Run of Red Moon Rose? Yeah, it's gonna be tough to beat this, but I think we can manage. I think we'll manage this Red Moon Rose run. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna look for it, but I think it's over. I know where it is. I just don't want to go get it. I have a Necronomicon. I also have another evil book. It will give you such wisdom as behind every successful student, there is a deactivated Facebook account. That's not a pun. Is there a pun there? Is there a pun there? This is supposed to be a pun. Is there a pun in their chat? My cousin has a callus on only one foot. Does that make her a unicorn? That one's a pun. Hi, Oodles. Yeah, I don't know what you're typing. Let's keep it to English, huh? I'll turn down the music just a touch. And now... Red Moon Rose. Ow. Working till late, so you won't be able to stay? I'm sorry to hear that, Jen. Have a good day at work. Hope things go well, and that you are not troubled by things that would otherwise trouble you. That's a good thing to say, I think. Chat, look, I'm on the left side. Left side Frost. Thanks for the follow, Femboy Satan. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy your stay. We're doing story time today. Hope you're a Trails fan. Just annoying? Yeah, sorry to hear. I mean, we're just reading a book today. Wait, Jen, have you not read this book? That means you're missing it. No pizza, left Frost. I don't know if you've read this book or not, huh? And I know there's some people in this chat that said they only read like a few books from the series. It's peak. I'll be the one to determine that. I will be the end all, be all sayer for this. Your favorite book? I'll determine if it's good or not. For me. I will be that one. I don't know if I want to write anything down about this book. Probably not. And so? Guys, stop! Stop! I don't want to know about anything about future books or how good this book is. I'll figure it out on my own. I don't want any like preconceptions in my brain of how to feel about it. I wanna go in fresh without any hints about emotions, what to think about it. Hi, Otis. Yeah, once again, the cleaning lady's here, so the cats are in and out of my room a lot. There are books in future games? How could you spoil me in such a manner, Jen? I guess I'll have to read them. And what? You're gonna tell me they give me Zemurian ore if I collect them all? Bah. I was looking around my room like I forgot something, but no, it's just time to read. Ouch. I'm gonna sit up. This is reen-activated storytelling. Okay. I'm aware of Nico B, yes. I've watched 2 episodes of FC, and I'm slowly making my way through the 3rd episode. It is one of the books of all time. So let's find out. How book is it? I already see the Vermilion Capital in quotation marks to highlight it. So we are in Erebonia. Chapter 1. The Red Moon. Our story begins in Erebonia during the Middle Ages, some 200 years ago. The War of the Lions had concluded in western Zemuria, and Emperor Drykles, a driving force behind its resolution, had been deceased for over a decade. The imperial capital, Heimdall. Oh, wait, hang on. I gotta put this in my head. Some 200 years ago. This, first off, I just have to say, in this first paragraph, this is really weird. Like, do they update the book? Every time? No, that's like they stopped publishing it. But, like, if they were to re-release it, would they have to, like, in Zemuria, would they have to get rid of the some 200 years ago line? Like, some 300 years ago, some 400 years ago. Unless... Yeah. Interesting. The War of the Lions. There could be a revisions if it's ever reprinted. If it's ever reprinted. Maybe it will be, just like Cornelia. The War of the Lions had concluded in western Zemuria, and Emperor Drykles, the driving force behind its resolution, had been deceased for over a decade. The imperial capital, Heimdall, was a beautiful, traditional city with rows of cheerful red brick buildings that had earned it the nickname the Vermilion Capital. In one back alley of the city, however, a solemn mood reigned. Soldiers in military uniforms paced up and down, while a crowd of onlookers gathered to see what was going on. They clung to the edges of the scene, refusing to disperse no matter how many times they were asked. At the center of the commotion lay a young woman. Her skin was shockingly pale, as if not a drop of blood ran through her veins. On her neck, 2 dark red spots stood out in stark contrast to the pallid flesh. So, we got a blood-sucking vampires. Seeing this, a middle-aged soldier let out a loud sigh and took out his pocket watch. It was just after 6. He gave a curt order to his subordinates to find out who she was, and the woman's body was swiftly carried away from the curious stares of the gawkers. After watching her safely borne away, he noticed a younger soldier following the woman with his eyes as well. Alphonse! He tapped the young man on his shoulder. The soldier started, seeming to realize that he was still on duty. Sorry, Gerard. Somewhat flustered, Alphonse adjusted his beret and hung his head apologetically. Though snapped from his reverie mentioned! Sorry. It was clear that he still had something on his mind. I believe I've told you before to address me as sir while on duty. I am your commanding officer, after all, Gerard said jokingly. With a fond pat on the soldier, Gerard reminded him to stay focused and then left to give orders to the rest of his subordinates. Alphonse quickly returned to his post, silently grateful for Gerard's characteristically thoughtful gesture. Watching this exchange was another young soldier, the same age as Alphonse. Scowling unpleasantly, he gave an audible tut. The girl's untimely demise, though shocking, was but one in a series of grisly murders that were the talk of the town. Most of the victims were young women who had been out at night, and they had all met their ends through loss of blood. Or, put another way, the victims had died after all of the blood drained from their bodies. Furthermore, all of the bodies which had been found had something else in common. Each had bite marks on their neck, as if they had been pierced by incredibly sharp fangs. It didn't take long for word of this to start to spread among the people of Heimdall, and all who heard the rumors were quick to think of one of the many ancient legends which existed in Erebonia. Specifically, the legend that described immortal, monstrous creatures which roamed the land at night feeding on the blood of humans. It was these very legends that eventually became the inspiration for the mass killing's new moniker, the Vampire Murders. Chapter 1. So we have a really grim mood. The setting is really dark. We have a few characters named. 3 characters. 2 characters are named. We got Alphonse. 1/3 of chapter 1. Oh, I don't know why. I just thought this was the end of chapter 1. I wasn't even looking at the page number count. Never mind. This is not the end of chapter 1. My bad. I'm just used to the pace of a Falcom book not being. It would, like, the first chapter would end like right here. Okay. Let's see what Alphonse and Gerard are up to. That night, after his duties were complete, Alphonse made his way to a small tavern tucked away in a corner of the capital by the name of Allegria to enjoy a late evening meal. As he sat down to his dinner, a pretty girl near his own age with a glossy chestnut ponytail studied him with obvious concern. So, how is it, Alfie? Is it nice? I hope so. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. The girl, Luca, had been Alphonse's friend since his arrival in Heimdall about 10 years ago. A shy, nervous smile tugged at her lips as she continued to watch him. Alphonse felt a hot blush creep up his neck under her intense gaze, but he forced himself to eat. The beef stew she had made had a simple yet comforting taste to it. She's gonna die. Yeah, he assured her. It's really good. You've really gotten the hang of this. Luca relaxed at his words, and with a few quick self-conscious glances at the rest of the tavern customers, she seated herself opposite to him. Her courage seemed spent after this gesture, though, and they sat in awkward silence for some time until she managed a hesitant, Huh, how's work going these days? At the word work, Alphonse's hand, which was carrying food to his mouth, instantly came to a halt. Despite the so-called vampire murders going on for quite some time, they had been unable to find a single clue to the culprit behind it all. The corpse of the woman from that afternoon flashed across his mind's eye, and the pleasant flavor of the stew died on his tongue. So young. She must have had family, friends, perhaps even a partner. Just like anyone else. She had had her whole life ahead of her, and yet that life had been brought to a sudden end, just like so many others before her. What the criminal had done was unforgivable, but the reprehensible nature of the crimes wasn't the only reason that Alphonse was obsessed with this case. Though, sadly for him, there was very little that he could do to solve it now that he had been removed from the investigation team. Luca's soft voice brought him back from his thoughts. Alfie, just don't overdo it, okay? Her kind words made Alphonse realize how tense his expression must have become. Her concern embarrassed him. I'm fine, honestly, he said in what he hoped was a reassuring voice. Alphonse was a member of a unit of the Imperial Army popularly known as the Gerard Team, which was responsible for maintaining law and order in Heimdall. Gerard, the team's commanding officer, had long cared for Alphonse like a father, and it was his recommendation that led Alphonse to join the army and become a member of the team. Since then, he lived in a dormitory near the army's guardhouse. His meal at the tavern finished, he sketched Luca a quick goodbye and took his usual route back towards the dormitory. An eerie, red-colored moon hung full in the sky, bathing the brick buildings in a bewitching carmine glow. Walking along, Alphonse couldn't help but notice that the number of people on the streets at night was much smaller of late. Considering the culprit behind the vampire murders still hadn't been found, that was hardly surprising, though. And yet, despite the fact that barely anyone dared to take to the streets, new victims kept appearing one after another, as if to mock the soldiers who patrolled in the dead of night to keep them safe. I wonder if the vampire's a super seducer. Oh, here, Dusty, I'll let you out. Sorry. You locked yourself in. You closed the door on your own. The sense of fear in the city increased day by the day, and was a deep unease shared by all, even the soldiers. Silently he swore to himself yet again that he would stop at nothing to catch whoever was responsible and bring them to justice. Suddenly, Alphonse stopped in his tracks, his troubled thoughts interrupted by the sight of an unaccompanied woman walking behind him. The deep shadows blanketing the path made it difficult to be certain, but she seemed unsteady on her feet. To his further surprise, she then turned and disappeared down an even darker back alley. Oh? Perhaps there's some sort of thrall-like control over people that the vampire bites? Considering the ongoing vampire murders, it was hard to believe that anyone could be so careless. With a resolute air, Alphonse set out following the woman, determined to call out to her and try to prevent her from coming to any harm. He entered the back alley. Gloom obscured all but the sharpest of angles. He squinted, willing his eyes to adjust. The soft outline of a woman's back took shape in the depths of the alley. Ugh. Sorry, just clearing my throat out. Good lord. shall hydrate. The soft outline of a woman's back took shape in the depths of the alley. Excuse me, miss. I'm not sure it's wise to be. Alphonse forgot what he was going to say. Something was wrong. Slowly the woman turned to face him. Her head hung limply to the side, long hair masking her face. A hint of eyes could be seen through the wild locks, but they held no focus, no awareness. She opened her mouth and moaned. Horrified by the disturbing figure before him, Alphonse froze. In an instant, she was on him. Arms outstretched, she lunged and seized his neck in a crushing grip. Taken completely by surprise, he fell backwards, the weight of her pinning him down. Slowly, methodically, she began to squeeze. He croaked. How could that seemingly lifeless woman be capable of such unnatural strength? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pry her hands away from his windpipe. All his training, his youthful strength, none of it seemed to count for anything against those unyielding claws. Her fingers dug deeper still, and the already painful absence of air became indescribable agony. From his low vantage point, Alphonse was able to see more of the woman's face now. It swam in and out of view of his oxygen-starved brain, but her pale flesh was almost luminous against the darkness of the night. Her lips were chapped and colorless. As she squeezed, they began to part in a hungry leer, the edges splitting. Dinner. Although Alphonse could barely understand what was happening, his instincts knew exactly what the woman was about to do. He bucked and writhed desperately in her grip, but her hold was too great. Black began seeping into his vision. Even as he remembered the saber belted to his waist, he was too weak to draw it. The blank-eyed woman thrust her face eagerly toward his neck. Teeth bared and mouth yawning wide, Alphonse began to close his eyes. Death seemed his only choice. But just then, the world in his fading view exploded. Interesting! Do we have a vampire hunter in our midst? I think it'd be pretty cool. We got ads in 20 seconds though, so hold off on the second chapter. Okay, so we heard about the zombie, the undead. Where are my hands? Hello? Hands? No hands today. There we go. We heard about, I forget where from. I think maybe it was the folktale story, the book. We heard about the undead situation that happened in Heimdall during the Middle Ages. So this could be related to that, because while the vampire, this lady, it seemed more like a ghoul. Well, there's like a stereotypical like vampire fiction used more often than not, and there's higher tiers of vampire, and like the lowest tier of vampire is basically a zombie. They're like a ghoul. They follow the orders of vampires, but they're like thralls in a way, but they're just mindless creatures that are hungry. So maybe that's what happened here. Who knows? It'd be interesting. This is a vampire hunter. I'm sure there are actual vampires too. We'll get there. Well, I guess chapter 2 kind of, the title gives it away. The chapter gives it away very quickly, chat. But I will wait for ads to finish for Twitch folk. I'll use this chance to clear my throat some more. It must be the temperature or stuff in the air. The phlegm is real thick recently. All right. Let's get to it. Chapter 2. Vampire Hunter. 20 pages. How many pages was this again? Not 101. What, 200 something? 300? Chapter 2, Vampire Hunter. 150? Maybe, yeah. No, definitely more than 150. Each chapter has more than 10. Way more than 10 or even 15 pages. Vampire Hunter. As the world blurred, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a geometric shape pass before his eyes. It was the sole of a boot, moving at incredible speed. With a bone-crushing thud, the woman was thrown aside, and Alphonse's vision, a field of vision filled with the night sky. Free from the woman's grasping fingers. Sorry. Gosh darn it, just a gnat decided to fly in front of my eye, and I had to freak out. Free from the woman's grasping fingers, he coughed furiously, sucking in as much fresh air as his tortured throat could manage. "Are you all right?" asked a clear voice beside him. The source of it was a second woman, who he was certain had not been there moments ago. She wore a navy blue overcoat, paired with a matching navy blue beret. Her ash blonde hair reached as far as her neck, and her features were dignified, though they still retained clear vestiges of childlike innocence. At a guess, she seemed to be roughly the same age as Alphonse himself. Still busy processing the recent events, Alphonse made no reply to her query. The woman watched him for some time before coolly stating, You appear to be mostly uninjured, at least. I'm glad to have arrived in time." Seemingly satisfied he would survive, she turned away and studied the crumpled form of the woman who had attacked him. That, she said with a note of distaste, is a ghoul. It was a ghoul, chat! Wow, I'm so good at predicting this. A thing a person becomes after their blood has been drained by a vampire. As she spoke, she kicked her left boot against the ground. The tap, tap, tap seemed to punctuate each word. It appeared to be the boot that she had used to kick the woman, ghoul, away from him. As he focused, or followed the restless drumming of her foot, he suddenly thought, Vampire. I have no issue with you idling about, but I would prefer it if you stood aside before doing so. You are in my way. Oh, wait. Is she supposed to be, like, haughty? I have no issue with you idling about, but I would prefer it if you stood aside before doing so. You are in my way. Her words were sharp, but no sooner had she said them than a creaking sound filled the area. The ghoul, which had been motionless on the ground while they were talking, was now slowly rising, its contorted body lifted from the cobblestones using only the power of its legs. It was a grotesque spectacle, and utterly unnatural. And if the ghoul was bothered by the earlier blow, it showed no sign. Without warning, the ghoul suddenly kicked at the ground like a wild beast and propelled itself forward, or towards them. Alphonse jerked to his feet and leaped forward to shield the blonde woman. Alphonse, but she's the vampire hunter. The exact moment the ghoul's nails reached Alphonse, the blonde woman behind him calmly put her hand in in her overcoat pocket in one smooth motion. Hi, cat. She drew something out of it. It was a long, thin rapier. Its surface was a radiant silver, polished to a mirror-like shine that reflected the smoldering glow of the red moon. Radiant silver. Silver. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the rapier forward. Its pointed end flew past his neck, piercing the ghoul's throat effortlessly. With an equally smooth motion, she withdrew the blade. The ghoul fell to the ground and didn't move again. The menacing aura it had been radiating dissipated. Ugh, sorry. Dissipated into nothing. I gotta keep clearing my throat. I hate this. Alright, I'm good. Halfon stood fixed to the spot. Oh, I'll let you out, Dusty. Well, go on. Go out. Or stay in. I got... Can my door closed? Ah. Couldn't the cats behave when I want to do story time? Halfon stood fixed to the spot, dumbfounded by what he had just witnessed. A small trickle of blood ran down his neck where the rapier had grazed it. I do believe that I told you to stand aside. I suppose you must not have heard me. Sighing, she took the ghoul's blood from her weapon before returning it to its scabbard. After all, if you had heard me and acted that way regardless, I would be forced to conclude that you are most foolish indeed. Okay, I'll let you out, Dusty. Just actually go out, okay? Her blunt words and composed expression finally brought Alpha. You just shoved the door closed yourself, okay? You did that yourself. Her blunt words and composed expression finally brought Alphonse back to his senses. I was just trying to keep you from getting hurt, but never mind that. What's going on here anyway? Who are you? And why was that woman trying to? He had intended to finish his sentence with the words, "Eat me." But the possibility was of what might have been was too terrifying to voice. What was clear to him was that the woman before him had saved his life and stabbed the ghoul to do so. Looking at Alphonse's confused expression as he wrestled with the situation, she gave a resigned sigh. Okay, now you want the door open again? You appear to be a member of the military. I presume, then, that you are familiar with the so-called vampire murders? Yeah, of course. Well, then, if I were to tell you that those vampire murders really are the work of a vampire, would you believe me? Halfon gaped at her. What? Without answering, she turned away from him and walked over to the ghoul. Gently, she lifted it from the ground, so Alphonse could get a good look at the face. What had been a terrifying creature just moments ago was now a woman again. Her expression was completely peaceful. It was hard to believe she was the same woman who had attacked him earlier. Yes, hi, Dusty. There's a strange noise coming from a vacuum. Haha. You're gonna come up in my face right now? Here, I pet you. Good kitty. Look closely here, the blonde woman instructed. She pointed at the corpse's neck, specifically at the two dots on its surface. They were completely consistent with the marks on all of the other victims of the vampire murders. It certainly looks like a vampire bite, wouldn't you say? She said this as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Alphonse still looked puzzled, but she ignored him and continued. Humans who die as a result of having their blood sucked by a vampire become ghouls, who then try to feast on other humans. This sword, she said, tapping the scabbard, has been blessed by the church and is capable of putting them to rest. A blade blessed by the church. A silver blade blessed by the church. Her words brought the bizarre spectacle he had just witnessed back to the front of his mind. While he was interested in the church part of her statement, he had more pressing questions to ask. If I remember right, we ran into vampires maybe in... I don't know if it was in the Phantasm, but in Gehenna-like places, maybe in Azure or Zero. If it wasn't Third's Phantasm, it was places of higher elements. I think there's some kind of demon. You're seriously saying that this was the work of a vampire? You really expect me to believe something so ridiculous? Whether you choose to believe it or not, it is the truth. A very unfortunate truth, but the truth nonetheless. She said in whether you choose to believe it or not, it is the truth. A very unfortunate truth, but the truth nonetheless. She said in the same cool, disinterested tone. Alphonse struggled with it. The truth, as she presented it, beggared belief. And yet, everything she said added up and seemed consistent. It was equally hard to believe that everything was a lie. He subconsciously touched his throat. The ache there only bolstered her position. He found himself unwilling to believe her. There's a vampire in this city. Of that I am certain. And I, she continued, placing her hand on her chest, am here to put an end to it. A period of silence followed. Undeterred by the woman began to talk again. Still, this is not ordinarily a matter that laymen should be involved with. So I'd recommend that you forget all that you have seen and heard here. And I would prefer, she added with a meaningful glance, if you kept all of this to yourself as well. She turned to walk away. Wait! Alphonse called out to her. He swallowed, stood a little straighter. Will you allow me to help you? The blonde woman came to an abrupt halt. She turned her head to look at him. It was clear that his sudden question had caught her off guard. Slowly, she faced him completely. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting you to propose something quite that ludicrous. What could I possibly stand to gain by allowing you to help me? Her tone was as sharp as ever, but Alphonse was unfazed. Around 10 years ago, both of my parents were killed. They died the exact same way as the victims of the vampire murders. Shock showed through the woman's normally blank expression. Alphonse continued. I don't remember much about that day, but there's one thing that I can't forget. One thing I'll never be able to forget. As he spoke, the memory returned vividly to him. Roughly 10 years ago, Alphonse and his family had lived in a village in a remote region of the Empire. His father was a member of the army, serving in a unit stationed nearby. But it was an uneventful post, and they lived a quiet life. It was as normal and peaceful an existence as one could have until that fateful day when Alphonse returned from playing outside. It was then that he saw a sight that would be burned into his memories, his dreams, forever. There, in his home, he found the corpses of his parents, laying in a room stained with blood. Their bodies had been drained, and their necks were marked by strange bites. The incident was so unpleasant and bizarre that even then, there were those who believed that it was the work of a vampire. The army conducted an investigation, but were unable to find any clues that would lead them to a suspect, and eventually the case was deemed unsolvable. Though left with no living family, Alphonse was taken in by his father's best friend and fellow soldier in the army, Gerard, and ended up living in Heimdall. If what she was saying was true, and vampires really did exist, then maybe one was actually responsible for his parents' deaths. From the look on her face, it seemed she too thought that could be the case. Alphonse shook his head, though it was more for himself. It doesn't really matter if it was the work of a vampire or not. I feel as though by solving this case, I'll finally be able to move on from what happened that day. That's why. Another long silence fell between them. The blonde woman seemed to be deep in thought, and Alphonse waited patiently for her reply. Eventually, she let out a short sigh. As part of the army, you have access to restricted information on the murders. Perhaps your assistance might allow me to find the vampire more quickly. She put her hand inside her coat and took out a short sword with the same silvery glow as the rapier she had used earlier. This will allow you to fight against ghouls and vampires. If you'll be cooperating with me, I expect you to protect yourself. Alphonse glanced at her face. Her expression clearly said that she wouldn't brook any nonsense. His resolve would need to be firm and unwavering, and he would need to be prepared to encounter more ghouls like the one before. Furthermore, he would have to be ready to face the vampire that lurked in the city once and for all. With a resolute air, he accepted the sword from her. My name's Alphonse, but everyone just calls me Al. The blonde woman looked down at her now empty hand, and the corners of her lips quirked up slightly. She raised the edges of the skirt underneath her coat and gave him a respectful curtsy. My name is Rose. I imagine that our time together will be brief, but I look forward to working with you nonetheless. Cool. Rose. Hello, Rose. Vampire hunter. New waifu. Chapter 3, 30 pages. Chapter 3, Foreboding. Pardon the background noise. You hear the vacuum? Yeah. The next morning, Alphonse found himself in his commanding officer's, Gerard's office. He had come to request permission to independently investigate the vampire murders. Gerard scratched his head before giving Alphonse a questioning look, his eyes filled with the kind of vitality one would expect from a much younger man. You want to pursue that case all on your own? Alphonse cleared his throat nervously. He was well aware that what he was asking was completely unreasonable. Not on my own. A civilian has agreed to help me conduct my investigation. The two of us will be working together. It sounded pretty weak to him, but Rose had been adamant that they keep the truth of the matter to themselves. It wouldn't be to the benefit of society for the existence of vampires to become widely known, she had insisted. As such, try and arrange for us to be able to investigate the murders by ourselves, without interruption. Aside from a cool farewell for now, those had been her last words before disappearing into the night. And what she said made sense. There was simply no way that Gerard would believe that vampires existed, even if it was his surrogate son trying to persuade him. After all, despite seeing a ghoul with his very own eyes, part of Alphonse still wanted to believe that it had all been a dream. To compound the problem further, for reasons that Alphonse wasn't privy to, Rose seemed opposed to anything other than investigating the matter covertly. Maybe Rose the vampire, too. Like Blade. As such, her joining the team formed to officially investigate the murders was off the table. Alphonse was therefore left with no choice but to propose that the two of them investigate together in secret. Alphonse was not surprised then to see Gerard's less than willing expression. Listen, Al.
As your guardian, I've got a responsibility to look after you. That's why I want to raise you to be a fine soldier. Why I don't want you putting your life in danger for no good reason.
Alphonse flushed. He had already been removed from the team investigating the murders, as well as taken off night patrol duty. Gerard was well aware of his fixation with the case. That was exactly why he was afraid that Alphonse might end up going too far in his attempts to solve it and get injured. Or worse. Gerard, sir, I understand exactly what you're trying to say, and I appreciate your concern, but... Seeing Alphonse's determination, Gerard hesitated. The boy standing before him was calm with clear eyes, where previously there had been recklessness. Now purpose and resolve seemed to rule. After a lengthy silence, he let out a sigh of resignation.
You really do take after your father.
He smiled fondly, but quickly switched to his official commanding officer voice.
I expect you to give your utmost to successfully solving the mystery behind these murders. However, I will approve of this mission only on the condition that you report daily on the results of your investigation.
Sure. Alphonse almost responded in his usual casual tone, but caught himself just in time. He coughed, cleared his throat, and stood to attention. Gerard chuckled.
Just be sure not to put yourself needlessly in danger. Understood? And if anything happens, inform me immediately.
Yes, sir! Alphonse gave a deep bow, grateful for his guardian's kindness. He's a vampire hunter now. Let's go! Or a vampire investigator. Oh, another hydrate. Yeah, hydrating is very important when doing all this reading, for sure. I see that everything went well. That is good news. That is good news. That is good news. Chat, how should I make her voice sound? I'm still not sure. Of all the characters that I've voiced so far, the voices that I give them, which voice should I give this character? You guys got an idea? Rose? Sharon? The hardest one? Okay. I see that everything went well. That is good news. That's so hard to do. You're so mean. I'm not doing Sharon's voice. Do Laura? Okay, Laura. I see that everything went well. That is good news. The two of them were in the corner. Smoker Sharon. I don't even know what would that be. So she normally sounds like, I see that everything went well. Alright, moving on. The two of them were in the corner of the shopping district where the first victim of the vampire murders had been found. It was the middle of the day, but the alleyway in which they stood was gloomy and draped in shadows by the looming buildings that surrounded it. Just destroy my vocal cords? Easy! I'll just go chain smoke a bit. I'll be back. The second he had stepped into the narrow passageway, Rose had appeared out of nowhere, just like the previous day. Because the place where Alphonse had been attacked by the ghoul the previous night was currently under investigation by the Gerard team, they thought it was best to steer clear of it for the rest of the day. As such, they had decided to examine the scene of an earlier murder instead. Now, I don't know if this character is ever going to show up in Trails, but is there fan art that someone made of the character from the book series? I'd like to see what these characters look like. I don't need to. Dusty blonde, or like a reddish blonde. Long, blue coat. Skirt. Blue. Lots of blue. I'm just gonna imagine Blade, but anime girl. With a rapier. Something nice on its own? Interesting. Hi, Dusty. Unlike the previous night. Oh? The two of them were in the corner of the shopping district with the first victim. I think when I alt-tab, it must when I tab back in or something. Red Moon Rose. Cool. Type in chat. Type in the Discord what you just typed. That's what it came up with for Red Moon Rose. The two of them were in the corner of the shopping district where the first victim of the vampire murders had been found. It was the middle of the day, but the alleyway... Here, ooh, Dusty. The door is closed. Sorry. Here, it's open now. There you go. The two of them were in the corner of the shopping district where the first victim of the vampire murders had been found. It was the middle of the day, but the alleyway in which they stood was gloomy and draped in shadows by the looming buildings that surrounded it. The second he had stepped into the narrow passageway, Rose had appeared out of nowhere, just like the previous day. Because the place where Alphonse had been attacked by the ghoul the previous night was currently under investigation by the Gerard team, they thought it best to steer clear of it for the rest of the day. As such, they decided to examine the scene of an earlier murder instead. Unlike the previous night, Rose had neither her coat nor her sword with her. Oh? Instead, she wore a simple dress in the local style. Aw. Anyone seeing her for the first time wouldn't be able to tell that she was anything more than a perfectly ordinary girl. According to Rose, neither vampires nor ghouls were able to operate in daylight. Okay, so we got daylight sensitivity. And thus battle-ready wear was unnecessary. Everyday clothing also had the benefit of allaying suspicion by blending in, she said. It was fine logic in theory. But with Alphonse still garbed in his military uniform, they made for an unusual pairing. As such, Alphonse couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he realized how few people were in the surrounding area. The scene of the first murder still had a, oh no! His childhood friend is gonna see him hanging out with a girl and get all jelly. The scene of the first murder still had a solemn air about it. Alphonse set about scouring the area. And as he mused over the case details involving the victim, a question came to mind. Thinking about it, I never heard about any of the earlier victims turning into ghouls. Is that because you've been defeating them? Rose shook her head. No. In previous cases, I was able to purify the bodies with thaumaturgy before they turned into ghouls. I would rather not harm the bodies of the deceased if I can help it. Thaumaturgy. So not only has she been given a specially blessed sword by the church, she also knows church magic. I'm beginning to think that she's just part of the church. Thaumaturgy, as Rose explained it, was the collective name for special techniques used by a small number of people belonging to the Septian Church. The power of thaumaturgy was also apparently the reason why Rose's rapier and Alphonse's short sword were capable of defeating ghouls and vampires. Curious, Alphonse asked Rose if she was connected to the church, to which she responded, "Feel free to think of it that way." Interesting. She's not a church member, but she works alongside them, I bet. He itched to probe her more on the subject, but she began explaining the particulars about ghouls, so he let it drop. Since the murders had started, it seemed that the time it took for a corpse to turn into a ghoul was decreasing with every kill. Are the vampires growing in power? Alphonse's encounter with the ghoul the previous night was the first occasion that she had been unable to purify the victim in time. As such, she had been left with no choice but to fight. Still, that possibility was well within my expectations. It's not the first time it has happened, after all. That someone like yourself would appear and try to get involved certainly wasn't, however. Rose said with a giggle, causing Alphonse's ears to turn pink at the tips. Aw, she got a little giggle. Anyway, he said, crouching down to inspect the ground level. Have you managed to gather anything about the culprit from your previous investigations? Rose nodded. Judging by the bite marks left on the victims, I believe that the vampire is likely male. Furthermore, despite victims being found all across the city, the bite marks looked the same as one another. That suggests the work of a single vampire. Beyond that, however... Rose fell silent. Is something bothering you? Alphonse asked without thinking. Yes, actually. It may be possible the vampire is lurking... that the vampire lurking in the city is... She stopped mid-sentence. Her gaze was focused on something behind Alphonse. Turning around, he saw a young man in a military uniform, much like himself. It was someone he knew. Elroy? What are you doing here? I wonder what she was gonna say. What is the vampire? Someone she knows? A specific type of vampire? Is Elroy... Oh, maybe... I think Elroy is the other young... The other young soldier who was gritting his teeth at Alphonse in the first chapter. I was about to ask you the same thing, the other man grumbled. Elroy was a fellow member of the Gerard team who had joined around the same time as Alphonse did. That combined with the two being roughly the same age, one might expect them to get along well, but in reality, they usually end up arguing about everything. It had been like that for almost as long as Alphonse had known him. I'd heard you'd formed a separate team to check up on the murders, but I had no idea that it was just a pretext to be meeting a woman during working hours. Elroy sneered. Alphonse stifled his annoyance. At least it seemed as if the other man hadn't overheard the earlier conversation. Clearing his throat, Alphonse said evenly. She's a civilian who's assisting with my investigation, so knock it off. And you? What are you doing here? Nothing in particular. Just happened to be passing by. We've got to patrol a much wider area now thanks to all this vampire nonsense. Alphonse stood and gave him a cold look. Watch what you're saying. People in this area have lost families and friends because of these murders. Elroy snorted and cast an uncaring glance at the spot where the first victim had been found. I mean, seriously. Vampire murders. We're supposed to be the Imperial Army, not a bunch of country bracers. Are we seriously considering the possibility that fairy tale creatures like that exist? No, idiot. I'm pretty sure the Imperial Army is just investigating a series of murders. No thought of vampire. That's just what the local people have called it. Besides, what kind of idiot goes out at night when there's a serial killer on the loose? We're asking for it, if you ask me. Ish. People need to stay in their dang homes and stop making more work for us. You son of a... Enraged by the sheer callousness of Elroy's words, Alphonse started towards him. Or tried to, rather. Strong, unyielding fingers held him by the arm. Completely expressionless, and without so much as a glance to Elroy, Rose whispered. Arguing with him serves no purpose. That time would be better spent investigating. She spoke calmly, but her words were sharp and dismissive. What she said was right, though. Hearing it was enough for Alphonse to cool his temper. As she said, they had more important things to be doing. He had sworn that he would solve these murders and put the past behind him, and that needed to be his foremost priority. He took a deep breath to regain his composure. The reassuring weight of the silver sword hidden in his uniform further reminded him of what he needed to do. Watching them, Elroy gave a bored, derisive laugh.
Oh, and civilian helper, whatever you are. Don't you go wandering around at night either. The last thing the army needs is more dead bodies to clear up.
With a mocking wave, he left them. Hello. Holy cow. Dusty is sleeping on the piano. Aren't you, Dusty? Having a good sleep, huh? Yeah. After their inspection of the first crime scene, Alphonse and Rose spent the remainder of the day scrutinizing the scenes of the second and third murders. Sure hope Al doesn't make its way into the game. Oh, AI, not Alphonse. I'm pretty sure AI is already being used in a lot of game dev. Oh yeah, I hope writing isn't. It can like, it could like, I'd understand using AI to like, spell check and grammar check and stuff. Other than that, I don't know. After their... Ugh. Yeah, who knows what Falcom would do? I don't know them enough as a dev team to know if they're committed to they're the same dev cycle that they have been to up to this or through this whole time. After their inspection of the first crime scene, Alphonse and Rose spent the remainder of the day scrutinizing the scenes. The scrutinizer of the second and third murders. But in the end, their search yielded no fruit. After reporting their progress to Gerard, he made his way to the Allegria, where he had promised to meet Rose to discuss how they would proceed with their investigation. Allegria, isn't that the place where his childhood friend is? The city around him was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun when Alphonse finally stepped into the sparsely populated tavern. It is! He found Rose sitting at a table near one of the windows. Once again, she was wearing the navy coat from their first meeting. It seemed safe to assume that the rapier she used that night was inside it too. Evening, she called out to him. I was expecting you to be here sooner. Alphonse didn't reply. He was too busy staring at the girl sitting opposite her. Ah, Luca. What's wrong, Luca? Luca turned at the sound of her name. Eyes so wide and moist that tears threatened to fall at any moment. Bro, she's immediate jealousy. Helfie, just what is this woman to you? What? Perplexed, he looked over in Rose's direction as if seeking an explanation. Rose favored him with a bland expression. All I did was walk into this tavern and state, I would like an out-of-the-way table to discuss the future with Al. You idiot! You idiot! Misunderstandings will arise from such phrasing. And she has been pressing me with endless questions ever since. She sighed and shrugged her shoulders, as if she understood the situation no better than Alphonse did. She has no time for romance. She studied the rapier to slay vampires. Boyfriends, girlfriends, what are these? The only friend I have are the vampires I've slain. Seeing this, he let out an even greater sigh. Before Luca could launch into another interrogation, Alphonse set out about explaining Rose's role as a civilian helper aiding an army investigation. And after several reassurances, He was eventually able to clear up the misunderstanding. Luca's relief seemed to fill her with renewed energy. Cheerfully, she bounded up from their table and made her way into the back of the tavern again. With her departure, so too left the gazes of the other curious and amused patrons. Rose and Alphonse bent to discuss their investigation. Vampires, Rose elaborated, were only able to use their powers at night. During the day, they were no different from ordinary humans. Unfortunately, this meant that even if they were to encounter one, neither of them would be able to tell. I wonder if Elroy's a vampire. Unfortunately, this meant that even if they were to encounter one, neither of them would be able to tell. If they hoped to end the murders, they would first need to find some kind of clue as to the vampire's true identity. At one point during the conversation, Alphonse went pale at the thought that they might have to exhume the corpses of previous victims in order to reinvestigate them, but Rose assured him that would not be necessary. To his great relief, she had already checked them thoroughly for clues. Even that gruesome task had yielded little more information than the similarities between the bite marks, though. She already exhumed the bodies from their graves, so he need not perform the task. Thanks for the follow, Dib888. Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy your stay. Thanks so much. Their vampire foe was a cunning one. The number of bodies and lack of clues all pointed towards a careful killer, who more than likely was living right there among them as an ordinary human. After working their way through the simple meal that Luca brought them, Rose casually glanced over to the back of the tavern. You seemed rather close to that girl, she murmured. It took a few moments for Alphonse to realize who Rose was referring to. Yeah, I suppose you could say that. I've known her for 10 years now, after all. He had first met Luca when he was brought to Heimdall by Gerard. Initially, he had stayed in a house near the tavern, and being brought by it often, the two of them quickly became friends. As an orphan, Luca's support over the years meant more to him than words could express. Telling Rose all of this, Alphonse could feel his cheeks heating. He began fidgeting awkwardly. I'm a little envious, Rose said. As she spoke, Alphonse noticed a change in her expression and tone. Usually she said things sharply, or with an air of cool detachment. Her face also rarely betrayed her inner thoughts. Now, though, he thought he caught a hint of loneliness. Unable to let this pass unnoticed, Alphonse opened his mouth to comment. Look. Suddenly, Rose jumped up out of her seat. Her chair fell to the ground with a crash. Once again, the two of them became the subject of a room full of gazes, but she paid that fact no mind and stared out of the window, her eyes open wide. What is it? What's wrong? What is it? What's wrong? Alphonse whispered loudly. It's nearby. I can sense it. Just like Reen can sense things. Man, people sure know. People have this unexplained hidden power to just sense things. It? What do you mean? The vampire! She hissed. No sooner had she said it, she raced over to the tavern's owner, who was busy at the back of the building. Alphonse chased after her. He had never seen her in such a panicked state before. Where's the young lady who was here earlier? Ah, if the vampire's here, that means it's probably going after our dearest childhood friend. No one takes showers? Didn't Tio have it too? Tio did have it, yes. But, like, she was, like, one of the only ones who kind of had it. Now everyone has it in Erebonia. But, like, Tio was genetically modified to be a extra human. So, like, she has extra senses on top of her, on top of just being a normal person already, you know? And then you go over to Erebonia, like half the crew of Class 7 are like, I sense something in that direction. There's a person in this room, I can sense it. Ugh. Sorry, I just broke the tense moment here. Where is the young lady who was here earlier? Rose asked the puzzled tavern owner, who didn't appear to have any idea who she was referring to. It was then that Alphonse realized that he didn't see Luca anywhere. And he hadn't seen her since she brought them their food a half hour before. After telling this to the owner, he finally seemed to realize what he was being asked.
Now that you mention it, I would have expected her to be back by now. Asked her to run an errand over at the grocery store opposite here.
Alphonse and Rose exchanged a glance and instantly understood what the other was thinking. Overcome with a sense of great foreboding, the two of them rushed out the shop without saying a word. Can they save Luca? We don't know. Let's find out. Yeah. What does he mean doesn't sense anyone? What is this weird sense? Like, smell? People gotta take more showers in Erebonia. Chapter 4, The Black Vampire. Two people ran through the streets of Heimdall down cobblestones dewed with moonlight. In the lead was Rose, her navy blue coat flapping in the wind like the wings of a hawk as she pursued their foe. Just behind her, and shocked by her speed, was Alphonse, head whipping left and right as she searched for Luca. There had been no sign of her on the short path between the tavern and the grocery store where she had apparently been sent. When Rose had sensed the ominous presence of the vampire outside the tavern, she immediately set about following it. Alphonse didn't know what kind of trail she had picked up, but she flew down streets and narrow paths without hesitation, as if following a puppet's string back to its master. To find his friend, they now followed the vampire. Or to find his friend, they now followed the vampire, spurred by that terrible certainty that the two were connected. I can't scream. I'm not gonna scream, but she screams. The sound of a piercing shriek filled the air, sending a chill up Alphonse's spine and freezing him out to the spot. There was no mistaking its owner. It was Luca's voice. Luca! Alphonse cried. Where are you? The scent is coming from this way. The scent is coming from this way. The scent? How would I say that? I don't know. Anyways, she can smell a vampire, Rose called before rushing down a narrow alleyway. Alphonse followed, stumbling over his own feet in his desperate attempt to keep up with her. He could barely breathe from running so much, but he ignored the tightness in his chest and sped on. Kicking aside boxes and garbage piled here and there on the path, he eventually reached the other side of the alleyway and emerged into a neighboring street. In it stood someone, or something. It was draped in a black overcoat, the upper half of its head wrapped in a large cloth. Not even its eyes were visible. The only part of the body that remained uncovered was the bottom half of its face, a deathly pale expanse of flesh with a twisted smile at its center. At first glance, it almost seemed human. Alphonse was not fooled. This is it, he thought. This is the vampire. It was then that he realized the black-clad figure was holding something in his arms. Luca. Just as that realization hit, the vampire's rictus of a grin yawned wide as it opened its jaws. Alphonse caught a fleeting glimpse of beast-like fangs, too long, too sharp to be human. Seeing them, Alphonse instantly recalled the bite marks on the murder victims' necks. As he watched, horrified, those needle-like teeth descended towards Luca's throat. Brought my vision to life in memes. I made a meme about this. Couldn't find fan art of Red Moon Rose, but thankfully you put blonde hair on on Blade. She's just Blade with blonde hair. Yeah. Thank you for that. Rose was the first to act. In a movement so fast he could barely track it, she withdrew several thin objects from the inside her cloak and threw them at the vampire. Alphonse remembered her showing him them as a part of her vampire hunting kit. She has a vampire hunting kit! The knives flashed in the moonlight as they sped toward the creature. As it was about to sink its fangs into Luca, the vampire turned towards them, dodging the knives just in time. Luca fell to the ground, and the vampire jumped high into the air, descending just behind Alphonse. It happened so fast that Alphonse was still staring at the spot the vampire had been when it landed slightly behind him. The creature that was terrorizing Heimdall, the murderer of countless women, the thing that had attacked Luca. It was so close. Anger overrode fear. Alphonse clasped the hilt of his military saber and drew it. He spun around, slashing horizontally across the vampire's chest. The blade made contact. Did he forget to use... He didn't use the right blade, did he? The vampire laughed. Alphonse watched, transfixed, as the wound on the creature's chest healed. The next instant, the vampire punched its right fist out towards the pit of Alphonse's stomach at incredible speed. The impact was so great that it forced him back, expelling all the air from his lungs. And while he was able to protect his vital organs, he had still suffered the full brunt of the blow. He doubled over in agony. "Get down!" Rose cried out from behind him. With no choice but to obey her as best he could, he let himself fall limply to the ground. As he did, the stir of air from Rose's lightning-fast rapier thrust ruffled his hair as it passed. The vampire didn't laugh this time, perhaps sensing danger from this rapier's silver radiance as it threw up its left arm in defense. The blade pierced flesh, and Rose followed through with her strike, skewering the limb right through to the other side. The tip stopped just before reaching the creature's chest. White smoke poured from the wound. Unlike Alphonse's earlier attack, it seemed Rose's had actually been able to damage it. Rose tried to move the sword, but it was stuck fast. The vampire smiled again. "So you must be the vampire hunter, responsible for sealing those ghouls." She ignored him and tried the sword again. "I had heard that many of my brethren had fallen at the hands of a vampire hunter." He continued in a low, sibilant voice. Let me just Google sibilant quick. Making or characterized by a hissing sound. Oh. But I certainly did not expect the hunter in question to be a mere girl. Rose gave a derisive laugh. "Brethren, I think you will find that word is meant for humans, not beast like your kind." The vampire hissed and she bared her teeth at it as they both fought for control of the sword. Rose tried pushing forward, urging the blade on while the vampire kept the muscles in its forearm as rigid as steel to thwart her movement. Sorry, that was my grandmother. I was talking to my gran. Sibilant used by headphone reviewers in modern context. Interesting. The vampire hissed and she bared her teeth at it as they both fought for control of the sword. Rose tried pushing forward, urging the blade on while the vampire kept the muscles in its forearm as rigid as steel to thwart her movement. Still lying on the ground, Alphonse gathered just enough strength to begin crawling his way to Luca's side. When he reached her, Hi, Dusty. A quick check lessened the mad. Oh, here. Yeah, you can lay on me. Come here. Come here. There, I got a kitty on me for story time. When he reached her, a quick check lessened the mad pounding of his heart. She was conscious, but otherwise unharmed. Relief washed over him. Rose's voice brought Alphonse back to the situation at hand. She and the vampire were still locked together, each refusing to yield. If we were to stay here like this until morning, your power would be sure to weaken significantly. I would be happy to spend the night with you until then if you wish, she suggested to it. It made an unsettling sound, gosh darn it. Hi, Dusty. Gonna fall asleep on me? Okay. It made an unsettling sound somewhere between a snort and a laugh. I'm afraid I will have to refuse your kind proposal, my beautiful lady. Not least because thanks to you and your pitiful human friend, my evening meal has been rather spoiled. As it uttered those words, the vampire's outline began to blur. Alphonse blinked rapidly, trying to clear his vision, but it was no trick of the shadows. The creature's form was dissipating into a fine, black mist. Though its mouth was disappearing like the rest of it, its voice somehow carried on. Yeah, go on, Dusty. Bye. Yeah, cleaning lady's gone. It's okay. Should either of you ever seek to disturb my dinner again, I hope you are prepared for the consequences. And then, it was gone. Silence fell. Gradually, Alphonse got used to the pain in his chest from the vampire's blow. He counted it good fortune that he'd only lost his breath and not broken any bones. With a final steadying wheeze, he hoisted the unconscious Luca on his back and rose slowly to his feet. I guess that's not the end of our vampire, then, he said unhappily. Rose was inspecting her sword for damage. Finding none, she returned it to its sheath. Turning their body into mist is one of the many abilities vampires have. It escaped from us this time, but I expect that it will take some time for its left arm to heal. At the very least, I think it's safe to assume that no one else will be attacked tonight. It sounds like vampires are unbelievable foes to be up against. That's a relief, though, at least. Still, he added, you're pretty unbelievable yourself. Rose shook her head. Their loss obviously rankled her. Next time, she said with steel in her voice. It won't get away. I'm going to find some stronger equipment, and I will finish it for good. Alphonse nodded. Next time they would have it. They might not have been able to defeat the vampire, but at the very least they had earned a short respite from danger, having saved Luca and prevented another murder from occurring. And without Rose's assistance, none of it would have been possible. Thank you, Rose. If you hadn't been here... She cut him off with a dismissive wave of the hand. There is no reason to thank me. I was simply doing my duty. Dejected, Alphonse fell silent. But these murders are not over yet. We will need to discover the true identity of the vampire for that to happen. Yeah, he said at length. You're right. Either way, should we go and investigate another crime scene tomorrow, like we discussed earlier? Indeed. Farewell for now. So that's how she says goodbye. It was mentioned that she said farewell for now in like the second chapter when he first met her. This is cool. I like this. Falcom's a good story writer. They're great at writing light novels. Fare thee well, good sir. And with that she left. She didn't wait for Alphonse's response, a fact that left him feeling even more downhearted, considering all they had been through that night. Afterwards, Alphonse took Luca to her home. As he walked, she finally woke up. Finding herself on his back, she flushed and stammered her way through his questions. She remembered nothing of what had happened to her, it seemed. Unable to tell her the truth, Alphonse simply said that he had found her collapsed outside. It was probably just fatigue from work, he told her. Thankfully, she seemed convinced. All the while, as he tried to feign cheerfulness, to put her at ease, his mind was still focused on the battle earlier. He hadn't stood a chance against the vampire. He had even forgotten the silver short sword that Rose had given him. In the heat of battle, he had simply fallen back on his military training and used his saber for all the good that had done. While he had at least been able to avoid getting in Rose's way, he felt ashamed as an Imperial soldier. Next time, he swore to himself, he would not let her down. He would help bring an end to the murders once and for all. As Alphonse hardened his resolve that night, Rose navigated the dark streets alone, her mind fixated on the past. The sight of Alphonse on the ground after being struck by the vampire, the image of his friend, who had almost lost her life and been turned into a ghoul. The vision of that one cursed memory she desperately sought to forget. Am I on the verge of making the same mistake a second time? She wondered aloud. She stopped in her tracks, brow furrowed and expression meek, and looked up to where the crimson moon hung like a great malevolent eye in the sky. What mistake could she be talking about? Let's find out in farewell. Farewell? Did they say goodbye? And there's how many more chapters? That last line was crazy, huh? Yeah, for real. So good.
So this is the culprit behind the vampire murders, you say?
Yeah, the localizers had to do some cool localization to make it sound cool as well. Gerard peered at the sketch, brows drawn down. The morning after Alphonse and Rose had fought the vampire, he had made sure to report that fact to Gerard. The sketch Gerard was studying had been outlined based on Alphonse's testimony, depicted a figure dressed all in black with the upper face obscured. The portrait showed everything Alphonse could recall of the vampire's distinguishing features, and he hoped that it would be helpful to the army's investigations. Naturally, he had left out how the suspect was actually a vampire and capable of turning itself into black smoke on a whim. Having his commanding officer think him crazy would help no one. The purpose of the sketch was simply to help people watch out for the culprit, not to try and convince them of its true nature after all. He did wish he could tell them the complete truth, if only to better prepare them for a potential encounter against the monster and help them more effectively hunt it, but he knew better than anyone that no ordinary human would be able to stand up to it. He had learned that much firsthand the previous night. Trying to fight the vampire would only lead to unnecessary fatalities, and organizing large teams to try and exterminate it could even lead to it hiding itself away. Or worse, fleeing the capital and going elsewhere. As such, the best chance to defeat it once and for all seemed to lie with Rose. Gerard straightened and fixed Alphonse with a concerned eye.
Anyway, Al, I'm just glad that you and Luca are both all right.
Then he let out a relieved sigh, as if that genuinely was the most important thing to him. Probably is. The description and portrait of the black-clad man would be used to encourage people to be more vigilant and watch out for the culprit. If the number of people going out at night were to decrease, the number of murders would likely decrease too. Gerard tried to convince Alphonse to rest for the day, not least because he had been injured the previous night. But Alphonse had no intention of listening. He and Rose had already decided to meet up and investigate further. He insisted. Gerard's brows descended once again at that. His parting words as Alphonse left his office were simply,
just don't do anything to put yourself in unnecessary danger, all right?
Is that just the exact same line he had the other time? While he was usually strict as a superior, it was obvious that he genuinely cared for him like a real son. A fact that Alphonse couldn't possibly be any more grateful for. Feeling newly motivated, he quickly muttered to himself, "I will stop these murders," as he walked towards the exit of the guardhouse. Just before he could set off for his meeting with Rose, however, he encountered his fellow soldier, Elroy. The other man looked as glum as ever. Judging by his appearance, he had just finished the morning's training. Beads of sweat ran down his face, and his hair was matted to his forehead. Despite this, he didn't seem the slightest out of breath. Elroy had always been that way. Though he never seemed to train more than Alphonse and the other team members, he always seemed significantly stronger and more capable than any of them. He's a vampire! He was well aware of this fact, too, and seemed to have developed a sense of superiority because of it. Looking down his nose at the others was Elroy's signature move. His S-craft is demean. Today seemed no different. He turned to Alphonse with a mocking smile on his face. "So, you ran into the culprit behind those so-called vampire murders, did you?" "Yeah, I did." Elroy gave a contemptuous snort. "Well, you're useless then, aren't you? Why didn't you catch him?" This would have, Hi, Udos. Hi, baby. Hi, kitty. "This would have all been over if you had." As usual, Elroy wasted no time in trying to pick a fight with Alphonse, but this time he had no comeback. Elroy was right. If he hadn't been so weak, he would have been able to defeat the vampire and stop the murders the previous night. Seeing Alphonse's reaction to his provocation, Elroy folded his arms triumphantly. "The commander might favor you, but I think it's about time you stopped letting that get to your head and learned your place." Alphonse was about to retort when he noticed something. Elroy's left arm was wrapped tightly in several layers of bandages. "He is the vampire!" "What happened to your arm?" Alphonse pointed the bandages with his finger, and for a brief moment Elroy seemed unsure how to respond. That? It's nothing, really. I just heard it in training earlier." Spots of blood peeked through the bandages, making it clear that it was a recent injury at the very least. Alphonse looked at the damage with concern. "This is why I can't stand you." Apparently thrown off by his teammates' worry, Elroy gave an audible tut before walking away. Or it's coincidence, and we're supposed to suspect him, but he's really not it. Yes, hi, Oodles. Oh, bye, Oodles. Leaving a slightly embarrassed Alphonse behind. While they were hardly on the best terms, Alphonse didn't bear any particular grudge against Elroy. Red Moon Herring! It was clear that the same couldn't be said for the other men, but Alphonse had no idea what he had against him. Letting out a sigh, he returned his thoughts to the investigation at hand. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about Elroy. He had to focus. With a shake of the head, he opened the guardhouse door and set out to meet Rose. They decided to continue their search where they left off, so it was at the scene of the fourth murder that Alphonse met Rose. Despite scouring the area as thoroughly as they could, however, they found nothing that would help them identify the criminal. Eventually, Rose stopped to think for a while, before proposing that they make their way to the street where they had encountered the vampire the previous night and search the scene there. Alphonse agreed. It seemed like a completely different place during the day. The still quiet that had marked the night had been placed with cheerful chatter and the bustling of people examining the wares of the street at the street stalls. Since the murders were known to happen at night, people seemed happy to go about their ordinary lives during the day without a worry in the world. Ouch. Taking care to avoid standing out too much, they walked side by side around the street looking for potential leads. It's hard to believe that we fought a vampire here last night. Rose's lips curled up slightly. Most would find it difficult enough to believe that vampires exist to begin with. I suppose that makes the existence of people like me, who live to hunt those vampires, more unbelievable still. Oh, she tried to make a joke. She didn't smile. It wasn't described as her smiling. It was described as her curling her lips up slightly. Was that meant as a joke? Alphon wondered. Unsure how to respond, he elected to remain silent. Unfazed, Rose set about analyzing the previous night's events. She did her best, she truly did. She's not the most socially adjusted. Well adjusted. We thought Alphonse was a nervous little boy. Nope. Yeah, he's nervous. But at least he can converse, you know? We got serious Sandy over here. The scent given off by that vampire was the same as the one I sensed from all of its victims. At the very least, it seemed beyond a doubt that the vampire is the killer we've been searching for. His scent? Alphonse asked before recalling that Rose had mentioned something similar earlier when they were trying to pursue the vampire the previous night. So, if we follow that scent, we can find out who the vampire is. Oh, wrong voice. So, if we follow that scent, we can find out who the vampire is? Rose shook her head. Polling Irene and not asking how she knows what the smell of a vampire is and how she can scent them out. Like a dog. Rose shook her head. I'm afraid not. As I said before, vampires are only capable of using their powers at night. During the day, they're no different than ordinary humans, and accordingly, the scent that gives them away as being a vampire vanishes as well. They both knew that ideally the best way to defeat the vampire would be to strike during the day, while it was unable to activate its powers, but without any clues as to the vampire's identity, they didn't have any chance to doing so. Realizing anew just how difficult the work of a vampire hunter must be, Alphonse admired Rose all the more for being able to cope with it. This reading about vampires is making you want to watch Seraph of the End again. Bro, Seraph of the End! I loved that show. I'm not sure it got good ratings, but I enjoyed it. Alphonse admired Rose all the more for being able to cope with it. Who's speaking here? She is. Nonetheless, we made contact with the vampire yesterday, and I believe that's a big step forward for this investigation. After all, the more fierce the battle, the greater the chance that one of the participants may leave behind some incriminating evidence. There's always the possibility that she may have seen something too. Alphonse assumed that she was referring to Luca. He made to reply, but Rose was no longer alongside him. Turning around, he realized that she had stopped in her tracks some distance behind her. Her face was as expressionless as ever, but her eyes were cast downwards, almost as if she was regretting something. What's wrong? Oh, the painted backgrounds were beautiful, yeah. Like the post-apocalyptic decaying world. Really cool. What's wrong? It's nothing, she said briskly and moved on. We should continue our search. They sat about combining the street for any remnants of their battle. At one point, Rose suggested that they split up to cover a wider area, but even after doing so and reconvening to discuss their findings, or lack thereof, they found themselves no closer to pinpointing the vampire's true identity than they were the previous day. The hour had grown late and the sun was beginning to show its descent in the sky. Now, the way we find out if Elroy is the vampire is if, I would assume during the night his arm might heal if to vampire powers, and then maybe, unless the silver prevents it from healing even through another night. Who knows? I'm talking like I'm playing the game as a character, not reading a book. The hour had grown late and the sun was beginning its slow descent in the sky. The warm glow of its fading rays deepened the red hue of the bricks even as the shadows cast by their sturdy walls lightened. Immersion, yeah. Alphonse ground his teeth in frustration. All this searching and not a single result. Dang it! Rose had said that the vampire's power had been increasing over time. The previous night's battle had shown that she was capable of competing with it for now, And it was the fact that he had and it was that fact that allowed them to save Luca. But there was no guarantee that would always be the case if it continued to claim more victims and grow stronger. Seeing Alphonse's vexation over their lack of progress, Rose spoke. Nothing will come from being too hasty. We each have our tasks. All we need to do is complete them. He nodded, knowing full well that she was right, but it was hard not to feel bitter about their lack of headway all the same. As he needed to go and report the results of the day's investigation to Gerard, they agreed to part ways for the time being. Alphonse proposed that they meet again at the tavern like they had the previous day, but Rose refused his offer. I'm afraid I have business I must attend to at the church. Oh, okay. I was really hoping we'd be able to patrol and keep an eye out for the vampire again. Though, since you're the only one who can sense its presence. Interesting. During such an important time to investigate a vampire who is in active hunting, she has to go to the church and skip out on a night of investigation. Whatever for. Considering what had happened the previous night and the increasing occurrence of the murders, remaining vigilant for the vampire was of the utmost priority. Or at least, that was Alphonse's thought on the matter. Rose didn't react to the disappointment in his trailing words. Instead, she merely replied that she'd watch out for it alone before excusing herself with a solemn farewell. Solemn? Farewell, 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 farewell. There was a pause in which it seemed as if she wanted to say something else. But then she curtsied deeply and disappeared from his sight. Alphonse watched her go with an uneasy feeling in his gut. Something seemed off about her behavior. Unable to work out what it was, however, he was left with no choice but to watch her walk away into the distance. So, maybe he'll never see her again, at least for a while, like she has left. But she did leave him with a sword. That night, Alphonse made his way to the tavern, after giving his report to Gerard. Rose may have refused his offer to meet there, but he still wanted to look in on Luca after what had happened to her the previous day. Oh, hello, Alfie! Blah. Oh, hello, Alfie. Hello, Alfie. Hello, Alfie. Trying to do Toa voice. I don't know why I can't do it right now. Probably because I've been speaking constantly. Luca was quick to spot him, and she showed him to the seat at the empty corner. After squaring his earlier bill, Wada. From the dinner with Rose with the tavern owner, Luca excitedly came over to take his order. Seeing her smile and chatter as energetically as ever, Alphonse felt relieved. He had been expecting and fearing a more subdued demeanor from her. Watching her, he couldn't help but think how close she had come to losing her life. And for a pathetic reason like feeding a vampire. Just the thought made his blood boil. Healthy? Are you okay? How was that? Was that good? Her nervous question made him realize that his anger must be showing in his expression. He quickly put on an awkward smile and set about eating to avoid having to explain anything. After a few bites, he felt himself calming down and gave her a more genuine smile. I'm fine, honestly. But never mind me. You haven't managed to recall anything about what happened last night, have you? She shook her head. Sorry. I wish I could, but I can't remember a thing. He hadn't really expected her to, but he was still slightly disappointed to not be able to gather any new information. Rose had speculated that the shock of seeing the vampire had caused her to subconsciously block out any memory of what had happened. As such, it didn't seem particularly likely that she would be able to help them find out the identity of the vampire either. He sighed. Luca, meanwhile, was desperately trying to remember something, anything that would allow her to be of service to him. And mulling over it for a time, she suddenly yelled out and, Huh, doesn't directly relate to what happened yesterday, but that person you know was here earlier. On her own, too. Alphonse was momentarily puzzled. Who do you mean? You know. Luca prompted with a swish of her hair. The girl you were with yesterday. It suddenly dawned on him who Luca was referring to. But Rose had specifically told him that she wouldn't be coming to the tavern today because she had business with the church. A troubled feeling began to build in the pit of his stomach. Anyway, she just came and asked me a few things about yesterday. I couldn't remember anything when she asked either, but eventually she seemed satisfied. Then she just said farewell and left. Farewell. The moment Alphonse heard those words, it dawned on him. Oh, interesting. Every time he parted ways with Rose, she always left with a farewell for now. But not today. When they separated earlier, she had instead simply said, farewell. He had thought something seemed off about her at the time, and it was then that he realized that was the reason. After that, she must have come to the tavern, where she was able to discover something from Luca. But if that were the case, what would she try to do next? Alphonse fairly jumped out of his seat. Half the food still left on his plate, and dumped enough mirror to pay for the meal hurriedly into the table. Hell? Luca goggled at him. Just keep the change! It was a second feeling of great foreboding in 2 days, and the first had been downright deadly. He rushed out of the tavern as fast as his legs would carry him onto the streets of Heimdall. The sun had long since set, and the deeply shadowed streets welcomed him into their murky depths. Yeesh, I love this man! Bloodstained Rose! That's no good! Well, time to read it. Okay, so Rose is going solo because of something that happened in her past related to some people who probably died. All right. Frost grind. Yeah, we're grinding. This is chapter 6. We're almost halfway through. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Chat. For some reason, loading these books, I don't know if you can't see it, and it's really a feeling thing with the controller, but it lags when going from one chapter to the next because it's like loading every single piece of text in a whole chapter at a time. When I back out, it's not loaded anymore. Happens with the Imperial Chronicle too. And Cornelia. Interesting. Cool. Bloodstained Rose, Chapter 6. The city of Heimdall was deathly silent. During the day, a word had been spread throughout the populace of the Gerard team regarding the culprit behind the vampire murders. Knowing specific details about the perpetrator instilled an even greater sense of fear into the people of the city, making them even more wary of stepping out of their homes at night. That the street would be empty was an inevitability. And yet, on one dark avenue in the city, a petite woman walked alone, as if to defy all of that. She wore a plain, undecorated dress, and from all appearances belonged to the middle class. She walked quite quickly, the sound of her shoes against the ground echoing loudly in the empty streets. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her chest, almost as if embracing herself, and she was hunched forward, clearly afraid of something. Of course, it was perfectly natural for her to be afraid, considering that the majority of the victims of the city's serial murderer were young women like herself. She looked around restlessly, carefully surveying her surroundings for signs of danger, before disappearing down a dark alleyway. The faint moonlight illuminated her profile as she turned the corner and cast a long shadow behind her, which slowly and silently began to enlarge. Gradually, the silhouette extended upwards, the inky depths taking the shape of a man. It loomed behind her. The figure was swathed all in black, With the top half of its face covered, the bottom half remained exposed, revealing a wicked grin and sharp, pointed fangs. It was a vampire, a creature of legend. It stood silently behind the woman, very much real despite its supposed mythological standing. From the sable folds of the cloak swaddling its body, it slowly extended a pale hand. The fingers stretched forward. Sharp, pointed nails gently swept aside the woman's shoulder-length blonde hair. The tips brushed the back of her neck almost caressingly. Shoulder-length blonde hair. Oh, this is just Rose. I see. She just baited him. She just baited the vampire in. Okay, cool. The tips brushed the back of her neck almost caressingly. The second they did, though, it seemed to sense that something was wrong. Its prey was behaving oddly. It hadn't expected the frail creature before to put up the slightest resistance. She should have frozen at its touch, or even given into despair, having no choice but to succumb to the inevitable and have her blood drained. What it felt from her instead, however, was defiance and danger. This woman was no prey. Hunter had met hunter. The creature tensed, ready to leap backwards. Too late. It realized another threat radiated from directly beside it. There was no avoiding it. The sound of paving stones cracking resounded in the still night, and its outstretched right arm was suddenly shredded by numerous sharp objects. The vampire let out an involuntary hiss of pain as a wave of silver blades arced through the air and flesh, one after another, but the attack wasn't over. The vampire sensed danger from below, too, and the blades, which impaled into the ground, suddenly arced upwards with alarming speed as if retracing their path through the air. Just as the blades were about to sever its right arm from its body once and for all, it was able to jump out of their way. What kind of nonsense is Rose using here? Clutching its mangled limb, the vampire edged further back to put distance between itself and the woman. It watched balefully, with narrowed eyes, as the razor-sharp segments that had pierced its sword back over this bladeless handle in the woman's hand. When she had drawn it, it didn't know. Connected by sturdy steel wires. Okay, so this is the help she got from the church. A Templar sword, chat. Bladeless handle. Yeah, Templar sword. Cool. Connected by sturdy steel wires, the segment interlocked one by one, eventually forming a complete blade known as a Templar sword. She swung it, shaking the blood from its surface. Every last trace of the weakness she had shown earlier when hurrying through the night was gone. She turned around, finally revealing the dignified, expressionless face that had lain on the other side of the sleek blonde curtain of hair. It was the vampire hunter, Rose.
So you were trying to lure me out, were you?
The vampire sneered.
Such cunning.
Its words were sharp, but the delivery fell somewhat tremulously on the rough cobblestones of the empty alley. You flatter me, Rose said. Her Templar sword still raised in her right hand. She put her left hand into her pocket and pulled out an unbelievably large caliber pistol. Sick! Super sick! Templar sword and gun. I love this girl. Greater in size than those used in the army. She aimed it at the vampire's forehead and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The gunpowder. Gunpowder! That's right, we are before orbital power. Would make sense. Gunpowder, of course, of course. The gunpowder flash illuminated the alleyway briefly, and a single blessed silver bullet flew from the muzzle with merciless intent. Such was the force of the discharge that an ordinary person's shoulder would have been dislocated. But Rose didn't so much as twitch. The vampire moved with liquid speed, dodging the projectile just in time and slipping behind Rose. Not the slightest perturbed by its change in direction, Rose moved as well and kept the pistol focused on the creature, tracking the vampire's every movement. meaning it's not a flintlock, meaning it has either a cylinder or a magazine. You're quite adept at fleeing, if nothing else. She said coolly.
Would you prefer I did something like this then?
The vampire asked. As it spoke, it fluttered back of the black garments it was draped in, and they began to expand, the folds stretching the impossible size before her eyes. Pitiful moans echoed in the dark depths. Rose watched with narrowed eyes as a number of ghouls crawled out from within as if emerging from thin air. 5, 6, 7. Well, eventually, she counted 10 in all. That's a bit outnumbered there. Think you can make it in time to help there, Alphonse? Hey there. It hadn't been even 24 hours since their previous battle. The vampire couldn't possibly have attacked that many people in that time. Rose's mouth tightened. I see. And here we believe the reported murders to be the only victims. But that wasn't the case at all. You were abducting others who had no living relatives to notice that they were gone and keeping them locked up somewhere, weren't you?
Precisely. The vampire hunter on the loose. I had to make sure I had some food in reserve. I'd rather not run the risk of going hungry, you see.
The very thought makes me feel physically ill. The very thought makes me feel physically ill. Rose replied quietly. With a vicious yank, she tore the dress she had worn as a disguise from her body. Underneath it, sturdy leather clothes, designed with mobility in mind, were revealed. Attached to them were numerous belts, holding large guns, knives, and other anti-vampire weaponry in place. Belts! Even if we can't see them physically, they can be described to us. It was clear at a glance that she was well prepared for battle. The sight of Rose's arsenal coaxed a sickly smile from the vampire.
Go forth, my minions!
And with a wave of its pallid hand, the ghouls leaped forward. Man, cliffhangering us in the middle of a chapter. Where are you, Rose? Alphonse shouted between pants as he ran back and forth across the city, desperately searching for her. Try as he might, though, he could find no sign of the blonde woman. Even his fellow soldiers patrolling the streets had seen nothing. Alphonse had a very specific reason for pursuing this case, and he didn't intend to lose this. Lose this opportunity to put the past behind him. That was what led him to propose that he and Rose work together. A proposal which she had accepted, yet despite all of that, she was trying to fight the vampire all on her own. It was too risky, even for her. His mind was full of worry for her, and that fear conjured forth the image of his parents' dead bodies. Never again. He never wanted to see a sight like that again. Wishing over and over that Rose was still all right, he raced on, and it was then that he heard a sound that caught his attention. The clash of battle. As soon as the noise reached his ears, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The source seemed to be an alleyway nearby. Without a thought spared for his own safety, he charged into the alleyway. There, an unbelievable sight met his eyes. 2 ghouls lunged at her. Sheathing her Templar sword into its scabbard, Rose drew a second large pistol in its place. Dual pistols! Bro! She switches it up! She's a Trails character that can use more than one type of weapon. The ghouls swung their fists and ragged nails towards the man. Falcom must have, taken some inspiration from Blade. The leather coat, dual pistols, holding pistol, shooting some vampires. The ghouls swung their fists and ragged nails towards her with human power, but she dodged them gracefully. As she spun out of their range, she aimed one pistol at each ghoul's forehead and pulled the triggers simultaneously. Flesh and bone were obliterated instantly. The sheer force of the blast sent the mangled remains somersaulting backwards through the air. The move left Rose slightly imbalanced and, as if seeking to take advantage of that, 3 more ghouls flew at her from outside of her vision. The mere sound of their movement was enough to alert her, however, and without even turning to face them, she sent 2 more bullets through the heads of the 2 ghouls charging her from the sides. The 3rd ghoul's mouth distended, seeking to crush Rose's skull with its teeth. Ugh, I can just imagine it, like, unhinging and opening up far more than it should. But she danced out of reach, holstering the pistols. Fluidly, she then flipped back through the air, drawing her Templar sword at the same time and slicing the lower half of the ghoul's body from the upper half in one fell stroke. She landed gracefully and kicked the ghoul she had just cut in half out of the way, without even waiting for its body to hit the ground. 2 more ghouls approached from the fringes, but without waiting for them to draw closer this time, she swung her blade horizontally through the air. It split into pieces, and the countless segmented parts pierced the ghouls' necks. Their heads dropped to the ground, like fruit falling from a tree. 7 of the ghouls incapacitated. In what seemed like an instant, Rose turned her attention to the defiantly grinning vampire and the remaining 3 ghouls with him. She drew the 2 pistols from around her waist a second time and sprinted towards them, showering them with the remaining loaded bullets. The vampire evaded the projectiles by using the remaining ghouls as shields. Out of bullets, Rose drew her Templar sword and swung it in the direction of the vampire's neck in one fluid motion, seeking to decapitate it. The next instant, the high-pitched screech of metal against metal filled the air. The vampire had drawn its own weapon from inside the black garments. It met Rose's blade in midair. The 2 swords locked against one another, filling the air with sparks and leaving them in a stalemate, reminiscent of the previous night's battle. "I'm impressed at how unfazed you seemed, fighting against those ghouls," the vampire said, teeth bared out with a slight curl to its lips. "I would have expected a human to at least hesitate when being forced to fight their own kind." "They ceased to be my kind the moment you drank their blood. They are nothing but soulless puppets now. Why should I hesitate against them?" The creature inclined its head almost respectfully at that. "You certainly think like a vampire hunter." The sound of metal against metal continued to reverberate throughout the area. Drinking the blood of the ghouls had allowed the vampire to become even stronger than the previous night. Its once crippled right arm had already healed and regained its original form. Even so, Rose met it without any sign of strain, her strength matching that of the fell creature before her. Oh, this is Alphonse. Ah! The loud war cry split the air, startling both combatants, and a 3rd figure suddenly burst onto the scene. The charging figure was dressed in an army uniform and brandished a silver sword. It was Alphonse. Hydration. Catching the vampire off guard, he slashed at its side. Having no experience with the weapon itself, it was a shallow attack, and the damage it dealt far from lethal, but it was enough to break the stalemate. Seizing the opening, Rose forcefully knocked the vampire's sword out of the way, and in one flowing motion slashed horizontally from its exposed chest to its left arm. A crimson gout of blood arced from the wound, splashing the cobblestones. Something also sheared off from within the vampire's garments and flew into the air. Something else. The vampire clutched his chest in pain, but it was clear that her attack had only grazed it. It seemed that once again the creature's preternatural speed had saved it from mortal injury. Eyes darting from one to the other, it backed away with an audible tch. "It looks like the odds are stacked against me. I will retreat for today," it said, its outlines growing dim before it turned to mist and vanished into nothingness. After a moment of heavy silence, Alphonse sheathed his sword, staring at the spot where the vampire had previously been. "I got away." Finally looking at him, Rose let out a sigh of disbelief. Why did you come? Why did you come?" Hearing the coldness in her voice, Alphonse lost his composure. He seized her shoulders in his hands. "Of course I came!" he yelled. "What were you thinking trying to fight him on your own? It's too dangerous to take him on without help!" Her cool blue eyes locked with his. "Dangerous? For me? Do you honestly believe that?" she asked. Her face was as mask-like as ever, but her tone had dropped from chilly to downright glacial. Had a cooling effect on Alphonse's anger. Took a half step back and looked at her from top to bottom. Illuminated by the light of the moon, he could see that she was covered in gore. He released her shoulders and stared down at his own hands. They too were now wet with blood from touching her, and yet there was not so much as a scratch on her whole body. The filth covering her entirely belonged to the ghouls she had defeated. "I am a vampire hunter, and this is not the first vampire I have hunted. I have killed more of them than you could possibly imagine." Alphonse couldn't deny what she was saying. He had seen for himself the skill and grace she had shown when mercilessly slaying all of those ghouls, unmoved by the fact that they were once humans. She had been an artist in battle, and the sword or her paintbrush. What he had witnessed was beyond his comprehension, a struggle between monsters rather than human beings. That was why he could do nothing but stand and watch at first, unable to intervene. He was lost for words. Rose broke the silence with a short, frosty laugh. Al, I have no further need of your assistance. I suggest you forget about all of this and return to your ordinary life. She then gave a respectful curtsy, much like the one she had when they first met. And she's gone again! Also, Alphonse, why did you have to... Frost will show you a frosty laugh. Ah! Whee! How's that? How's that for Frost? So, Alphonse, had you not war cried while charging in, maybe you would have had a chance at actually dealing a blow. Parting of the ways. I have no further need of your assistance. I have no further need of your assistance. His mind still reeling from the skill that Rose had demonstrated in her earlier battle. The only way he could react to her words was with dumbfounded silence. There were plenty of ways he could have argued back, not least by pointing out that they had yet to discover the vampire's identity. Is it possible to not war cry in anime settings? Oh, you're right. I think it's like just law. If you are in an anime world, a surprise attack must be initiated by a war cry. And that reason she had originally agreed that they work together was so that, not least pointing out they had to discover their identity, and that the reason she had originally agreed that they work together was so that he could use his position in the army to aid her in doing so. You have to say your attack's name too, or else the attack fails. It reminds me of I guess magic in like Pathfinder or D&D, where you have to say the words of the spell with like intent and force in order to cast it. And that's why you can't just whisper it silently or not at all to cast. As if reading his mind, she said, I discovered the identity of the vampire this afternoon. As such, there is no longer anything you can do to help me. His initial reaction was doubt. How could she have possibly been the only one to discover the vampire's identity when they had conducted their investigation together? But then it hit him. They hadn't always been together. They had split up to investigate a wider area today, too. And if she had discovered a vital clue during a period where they were acting separately, it made perfect sense that only she would have worked out the truth. He tried again. But still, I have my reasons for wanting to see this through to the end, too. I can't just go back to living as if none of this ever happened. Rose knew this already, of course. He had told her about his parents' murder once already, and made her realize that the two cases might be connected. She sighed, her reaction making it perfectly clear that pointing that out would do nothing to change her mind. She met his eyes again, unwavering in the slightest, as she said, "Then allow me to put my position to you more bluntly. You are not a help. You are a hindrance." It was as if a sharp blade had pierced his chest. Her words left him shocked and speechless. She continued, "I would have thought that anyone who looked around would be able to realize that this is not a matter that ordinary people can, or should, involve themselves in." As she spoke, she gestured in the directions of the ghouls, or rather human corpses that were once ghouls, littering the surrounding area. Some were riddled with bullet holes, some had smashed skulls, and some no heads at all. Her words caused Alphonse's memory to return once again to the battle he had witnessed. Even if he had tried to intervene earlier than he did, would he have been able to do anything? No. On the contrary, it was easy to imagine him getting in Rose's way, becoming a liability and interfering with her ability to fight. Alphonse looked down at the ground dejectedly. It was Galen. Hang on, Google time. Galling. Annoying or humiliating? Falcon pulling out the thesaurus. It was galling to hear and realize that he might be useless in this. Rose opened her mouth to continue, her gaze somewhat distant. "A long time ago, I tried to pursue another vampire with the help of a civilian just like you. I was hesitant at first, but after he insisted so vehemently, I eventually accepted." Alphonse looked up, stunned at what he was hearing. He had assumed that he was the first person to offer to assist her. "He was killed by the vampire we were pursuing. After that, the vampire disappeared, never to be seen again." It was clear by the pain in her voice that for someone whose life revolved around killing vampires, there could have been no worse outcome. "Of all the jobs I had undertaken, that was my worst failure, and the most terrible stain on my record. I will not allow something like that to happen again. As such, I have always tried to keep you at arm's length. All I wanted from you was for you to make it easier for me to conduct my investigation and find out what I wanted to know. I was just using you all along." She continued on, telling him that everything had gone the way she hoped it would, perhaps even better. Thanks to his contribution, she had been able to discover the identity of the vampire, and the army was able to find out what it looked like, helping them to keep people off the streets and allowing her to successfully lure the vampire out. For that, at the very least, she was grateful. Alphonse could only stand and listen as her cold words washed over him, the meaning of what she was actually saying not truly sinking in. She fell silent for a moment and took a deep breath before starting again. "The worlds we live in are just too different. We should never have even met. And yet by coincidence we did. But that's all. Now you need to forget that it ever happened and go back to the life you should always have lived. Besides, as a vampire hunter, the only life for me is one of solitude." She gave herself a small, self-deprecating smile before turning to walk away from him. So, being a vampire hunter is some sort of bad thing? Taboo to something? Maybe what she is, maybe she isn't just a vampire hunter, but something else the church despises but allows her to work with them? I'm not sure. Let's find out. She gave a small self-deprecating smile before turning. Definitely bad for vampires? Oh, for sure. Okay. Yeah, you're right. Hi, Vaget. Seeing that smile and hearing what she said, something struck Alphonse's off, and yet he could not call out to her. It was as if there were an impenetrable wall between them now, stopping him from interacting any further with her. "My voice, it is falling apart." Okay, we're back. Frosty voice lost. 2.5 hours in, we're getting there. I can take care of everything by myself now. All I ask of you is to stay away and let me do it. Farewell. She said her final words as she walked, without so much as turning to face him, and then disappeared into the dark night. Left behind, Alphonse stood alone, frozen to the spot in a sea of blood. The next day, 10 unidentified bodies were discovered in Heimdall, and the surrounding area filled with disorder, the likes of which had never been seen before. Numerous soldiers moved to and fro, serving the area under Gert Gerard's direction, while crowds of curious onlookers tried to get a closer look at the gruesome display. And what's Elroy doing? Even Alphonse, who had been removed from the main investigation team, had been called in to assist this time. Alphonse had expected the bodies to be heavily disfigured from Rose's attacks, but when he reached the scene, he could see no evidence whatsoever that the previous night's battle had even taken place. The only marks on the bodies were the bite marks left by the vampire. At first, that fact confused him. Then he remembered that Rose was somehow connected to the church. It seemed quite possible then that she would have worked alongside others, one or more of whom may have arrived later to disguise any evidence of their involvement. After all, the church had the ability to purify weapons to allow them to contend with vampires. The possibility that they might also be able to put corpses back together was hardly a stretch after all the things he had already witnessed. Realizing how ludicrous that would sound to the average person, he could only laugh to himself under his breath. I just like to think that... I remember Van Helsing, like the beginning of it, where we get to see, like, the church's, like, research division, where they're researching all these tools to fight against monsters. Just imagine the church having something like that in Zemuria. What a good low-budget movie. Really good. One of my favorites. Realizing how ludicrous that would sound to the average person, he could only laugh to himself under his breath. There was no sign of Rose at the scene, although Alphonse hadn't really expected that she would appear to begin with. She had made it clear the previous night that their original arrangement was over. Most likely, Rose would go on to bring an end to the vampire murders herself in secret. With the culprit never apprehended, and the fact that vampires actually existed never being revealed to the world. But could he live with everything ending that way? There was still one burning doubt in Alphonse's heart, a lingering unease that refused to go away. The expression on her face as she had turned to walk away. As a vampire hunter, the only life from... as a vampire... Oh, I need reverb for this. I don't have reverb anymore. As a vampire hunter, the only life for me is one of solitude. That may have been what she said, but the sad smile on her lips when she did so told a different story. Coolness underlined with resignation. Her words had been blunt, but to Alphonse they also seemed tinged with loneliness. Alphonse found himself reflecting on what loneliness meant to him. It was a feeling he was all too familiar with after losing his parents. In the blink of an eye, he had been left with no one who cared for him. No one who would be kind to him. No one who would look out for him. It was easy to imagine how being placed in a situation like that would gradually eat away at the person. Fortunately for Alphonse, his father's friend Gerard had held out a hand of salvation to him, and he had later met others like Luca who cared for him, and he for them. It was thanks to them that he was able to free himself of the loneliness that may have otherwise consumed him. Nonetheless, the experience had taught him exactly how painful living like that could be, and that humans could not completely live alone. Rose, however, had said that living in solitude was the only life for her. But did she honestly mean that? Or did she really long to break free from it, yet something was stopping her from doing so? With the memory of his own experience still painful, even after all those years, Alphonse couldn't stop wondering. That was when he made up his mind. He wouldn't just leave things as they were. Rose may have cast him aside, but he had long ago decided what he needed to do to put the past behind him, and no matter how much danger he risked doing it, or how much she tried to stop him, he was determined to see it through to the end. If that meant he might be a hindrance to her, so be it. This was a fight as much as hers, or his fight. Alphonse shook his head furiously from side to side, as if to divest himself of the doubts and hesitations that had been filling his mind since the previous night. Focusing on the task at hand, he set about frantically investigating the area. That, he felt, was the only way for him to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. He's gonna become super, super cool. It's his training arc. He'll do his training arc in like a day. Time dragged on as the search continued, and the receding rays of setting sun began to blanket the scene in warm apricot hues. The 10 corpses had been carried away, and the vast majority of onlookers had dispersed. The large number of soldiers who formed the investigation team had also reached a stopping point in their investigation and were ready to return for the day. But Alphonse waved them off, still silently combing the area for clues. Come on, Al. It's time to go back to the guardhouse for the day. The concern in Gerard's voice was obvious, but Alphonse only spared him a tired smile. Sorry, sir. Just let me look around a bit longer. Considering the intense battle fought between Rose and the vampire the previous night, there was every chance that something may have been left behind. Oh! Ah, right! When she slashed the chest of the vampire, something fell off. Maybe he'll find that. There was every chance that something... Alright, have a good one, Pocket. Have a good day at work. We had a good break. There was every chance that something may have been left behind that might help guide him to the vampire's identity. The investigation team had found no such thing despite spending the entire day looking. But that did nothing to dampen Alphonse's spirits. There was something here. He knew it. Seeing Alphonse's determination, Gerard couldn't help but smile in return. All right, then. Have it your way. Just make sure you stop and come back if you get too tired. And, with a backwards wave, he walked off to join the other soldiers as they returned to the guardhouse. Silently thanking Gerard for his kindness, Alphonse went back to scouring the alley. Another half hour passed while Alphonse methodically swept his eyes over every nook and cranny. As the light from the dipping sun retreated from the sky, he began to fear his time was up. But just then his eyes were drawn to a point between two buildings. It was a narrow gap, overlooked in the investigation, where something might have fallen. Indeed, he spied the barest of shapes on the ground. Upon spotting it, Alphonse remembered seeing something fly from the vampire when Rose had landed her glancing slash on its chest. He crouched down to inspect the space. The gap between the buildings was so narrow that his arm could barely fit inside. He stretched out his fingers, desperately trying to reach for the fallen object, and eventually managed to catch it between his index and middle fingers. It was a narrow, rectangular piece of cloth. Alphonse stared at it, analyzing every last detail on its surface. It was filthy gray in color, most likely meaning that it had been white originally. It was also clear that it had been separated from something by Rose's sword, but other than that, it looked like an ordinary piece of cloth. It would have been nothing of interest at all to anyone just passing by. Anyone other than Alphonse, that is. Looking at it, he finally understood everything. The reason Rose had suddenly chosen to part ways with him. The true identity of the vampire who was terrorizing the city. Elroy! I mean, Elroy hasn't come up since then, so it's very, very, very possible that he is the vampire. Parting of the ways, and now the truth, I believe. We just finished parting of the ways. All right, we have chapter 8 on our hands. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back. Break time. Yeah, so it looks like... Hi, Oodles. Yes, lay down. Just lay down and stop walking on it. Huh? Called the vet. Please lay down, bud. Stop walking around. You're making it worse. So I called the vet, right? And turns out, after taking a closer look at it, and he laid down and I was able to shine a light on it, it's not a cut on one of his pads. It's not a cut, but rather it's where, like, this sort of dry growth had been on his foot that had torn off. So he's got a big raw spot on one of his little paw pads that's opened up now, and it's bleeding when he walks. So they're gonna get me in the morning, but I have to make sure he's not running around and very active. And that means having to make sure that Dusty isn't being a little menace getting in a run. But in the end, it still means we're good to keep going. How can they close a wound on the paw pad? What do you mean? Like, if I were to take him to the vet? I don't think they can. It just has to heal. If it doesn't stop bleeding, I'm going to take them in to... They'll check him, and they'll probably give him, like, antibiotics and some ointments for his foot. And then wrap it up with a bandage or something. A big frost in these trying times? Big frost! Yes. I require it. That was a good rest for my voice. We are, what, halfway through? They can bandage? Yeah, but we don't have bandages at the house. We just have to watch Oodles. Now, it wasn't bleeding through the night, but because there were little spots of blood yesterday when I had started, but it had dried up, like Oodles had a small cut. But this morning, and now it's bleeding again, after the cleaning lady already cleaned the floors. So I was like, okay, so he's bleeding now. So, and he started bleeding after he went running, you know, sprinting around the house with Dusty, which is why he just has to stay still. Which means I'm also not taking him outside, because that would introduce nasties onto his paw. Event cancel on you, and you're just chilling in an empty restaurant watching me on a big flat screen. Nice! Let's go. I'm on the big screen. Hang on, let me see. Let's go. Hey, like good old times. Man, look at that. Yeah, you had me on the long time ago. Oh, it's my old overlays and stuff. You had me on the big screen. Now I'm on a TV. Yep, there was a time I was on the big screen. Sky SC, crazy. Alright, continuing on. Chapter 8, The Truth. The stillness of night came once again to the streets of Heimdall. Oh, Fox has fallen off? Yeah, I'm not on the big screen anymore. I don't have any movie theater showings anymore. Truly sad. A bewitching yet eerie red moon hung full in the sky, its carmine glow staining the red bricks of the surrounding buildings an even deeper crimson. After the gruesome discovery of the bodies that day, the Gerard team had strengthened its nighttime patrols. Most of the soldiers in the team were on the streets, determined to prevent any further violence and repair the damage to the Imperial Army's honor. The patrol routes had them making tight circuits of the city roads, vigilantly searching for anything out of order. Thanks for the follow, Shivas24. Hope you enjoy your stay. On one particularly dark street corner, a block away from the Allegria Tavern, stood a young man in a military uniform. Much like the others, he was making the rounds in his thoroughly deserted patrol area. A figure turning onto the street just ahead of him made him pause mid-step. Warily, he put his hand on his sword at his waist. As the figure drew closer, the features gradually became more visible. It was another soldier like himself. It was Alphonse. That means this is Elroy. Probably. Alphonse stepped forward and stood silently before the young man. The other young man. He fixed him with an unwavering gaze. Oh, it's you, the young man said, sounding annoyed. What are you doing here? This is my patrol area, not yours. He glared at Alphonse with intense dislike, but Alphonse did not look away. I came to ask you something. Alphonse replied simply. He put his hand into his pocket and took something out of it. It was a dirty piece of cloth. The other man looked puzzled. What's that supposed to be? It was something I found in the area where the vampire appeared last night. It's also yours, isn't it, Elroy? Just straight up saying vampire. Hello, Mab. Elroy stared back to Alphonse, then rolled his eyes. His voice dripped with contempt. What are you talking about? Did you really abandon your post over who some rag might belong to? And vampire! You're supposed to be a soldier, not some kind of superstitious lunatic. He scoffed. This is part of the bandage you were wearing around your left arm when you said you were injured in training. Oh, calmly. Sorry, calmly. This is part of the bandage you were wearing around your left arm when you said you were injured in training. Alphonse said calmly. The cloth, Alphonse continued, must have been cut from his bandage during the previous day's battle. As calmly as Dumbledore, yes. And ended up between the two buildings in an area they neglected to check. He didn't, however, mention who had done the cutting. There was no need to tell Elroy information that he already knew, after all. Hearing this, Elroy clutched his left arm, hidden under the sleeve of his army uniform, almost as if trying to hide it from Alphonse. Besides, the idea that you were injured badly enough to need a bandage like that in standard training makes no sense to begin with. You're the most skilled swordsman on the Gerard team, after all. That's not to say you weren't actually injured, especially considering there really was fresh blood on the bandage itself. But you didn't injure yourself during training. You were stabbed by a rapier, and that was what the bandage was intended to disguise. Elroy said nothing. Under any other circumstances, he would have been quick to argue back, but not this time. His brow furrowed, and he glared angrily at Alphonse. I'm sure that you must have replaced the still Alphonse. I'm sure that you must have replaced the bandage with a new one last night, but then, what was this doing at the scene of the crime? You weren't involved in this morning's investigation. Alphonse was aware that what he was saying wouldn't be enough to prove to the world that Elroy was a vampire. They were, after all, creatures of legend. People would never believe him. What it did prove, however, was that Elroy had been where Rose and the vampires' battle took place. And considering that Alphonse already knew that vampires were no mere myth, that was all the proof he needed. I don't want to believe it myself. I can't bear to think that someone who I served alongside as a soldier, someone more skilled than any of us, is actually a monster who's been indiscriminately murdering people. Elroy made no reply. He just stared down at the ground, silent and tense. But I am a member of the Gerard team. Alphonse continued resolutely. And we are entrusted with the task of protecting this city. I have a duty to do what I can to prevent any more lives from being lost. Unless you can prove that what I am saying isn't true, I'm going to have to arrest you as a suspect. His hands at his sides, Elroy let out a short, quiet laugh. The second he did, something changed, and the atmosphere became oppressive. Elroy threw back his head and let out a loud, maniacal laughter. It was an inhuman sound, that outburst. The skin-crawling utterance was entirely unlike the usual quiet Elroy. And as his mouth yawned wide, Alphonse saw what he knew he would. beast-like fangs. The fangs of a vampire. Alphonse placed his hand on the saber at his waist and drew it as fast as he could. The sound of blade scraping against scabbard cut short the awful laugh, but he wasn't fast enough. Before he knew it, Elroy was right in front of him, swinging his own sword with incredible force. Alphonse barely had the time to block its arc with his own. The sound of metal against metal filled the air, and the monstrous strength of the blow pushed Alphonse backwards. It was obvious to him that Elroy's power was vastly greater than it had been when he took the punch to the stomach several days before. If Elroy had been this strong that day, Alphonse knew that he would already be dead. Barely managed to hold his position, he clung to his saber with his now somewhat numb hand, but the vampire was already drawing back for another strike. Planting his feet firmly on the ground, Alphonse was just able to parry the blow. But it was all he could manage. If he stayed even a hair from focusing on defense, he would soon be overwhelmed. Elroy, meanwhile, maintained his onslaught seemingly without effort. Blow after blow rained down relentlessly. "You should have waited, Alphonse. Surely you know that vampires can only use their powers at night!" What a stupid. Alphonse grunted as he narrowly deflected another attack. Naturally, he did know. He was fully aware that waiting until morning might have actually given him a chance to defeat Elroy, but he just couldn't bring himself to wait, not when there was a possibility that he might have claimed another victim that very night. His conscience wouldn't allow him to sleep peacefully in his bed, knowing that he could have done something to stop that murder from happening. As if to punctuate his point, Elroy knocked the saber from Alphonse's hand with a vicious swipe that drove him to his knees. The blade clattered down on the paving stones far from the fighting pair. "You're finished!" Elroy crowed, turning his sword on Alphonse. The blade flashed up, then descended. Alphonse watched the fall of the sword as if in slow motion. He knew there was nothing he could do to stop it. It would bite through his flesh and send his head soaring through the air, much like his saber had just done. Suddenly, a high-pitched whistling sound of something moving very fast cut through the night. And then another. And then followed, and another followed. The next moment, Elroy's right arm was gone. Blood speckled Alphonse's cheek like a fine rain, and just as he had imagined, something soared through the air and hit the ground. But instead of it being his head, it was Elroy's right arm, sword still clutched in its rigid fingers. Elroy instinctively jumped back, clutching at his wounded limb, while Alphonse stared wide-eyed at the many parts of a Templar sword stretched before him, like the flexing of a metal snake. The wires connecting the razor-sharp blade segments gleamed in the moonlight. A line of tension then ran through the wires, and they all retracted just as fast as they had appeared. Soon after, a lone figure appeared to take their place. It was a woman in a navy blue coat that was thrown wide, exposing countless weapons attached to the battle gear she was wearing underneath. She had sleek, shoulder-length blonde hair, capped by a navy blue beret. The look she gave Alphonse when she saw him was somewhere between exasperation and disbelief. Alphonse smiled weakly. "What took you so long, Rose?" I mean, Alphonse acted as a good decoy, allowing Rose to cut off the guy's arm. Pretty good. Chapter 9. A Fool. "So you showed up after all, did you, vampire hunter?" Elroy glared at Rose, teeth clenched in anger and pain. Red smoke was rising from his now amputated right arm. It gave off a faint hissing sound. Rose turned her attentions from Alphonse to him. She raised her Templar sword and stared without expression at her target. Elroy glowered back. They both maintained a distance from one another, each trying to work out what the other would do next. Without taking her eyes off Elroy, Rose addressed to Alphonse. "I told you not to get involved in this any further, and yet despite that you tried to fight a vampire alone. I cannot believe you would do something so foolish. Her words were tinged with anger. Alphonse rose unsteadily to his feet. You were the one who tried fighting him alone first. And besides, I never had any intention of seriously trying to defeat him by myself. What? He faced her and spread his hands. I was pinning all my hopes on you coming for me. And you did, just like when we first met. Alphonse's response seemed to catch Rose completely off guard. He could tell as much even from his position behind her. She quickly regained her composure, though, and the wavering sword steadied. I don't know what you're trying to say. You told me that you didn't want to work with me anymore because I was getting in your way, because there was nothing more that I could help you with. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is that you didn't want to put me in any more danger. Thanks to the villain for letting us talk. You didn't want me to lose my life helping you like the last person who worked with you did. That is just idle speculation, she replied coolly. But Alphonse knew he was right. Then, why did you lie about discovering the vampire's true identity? So you noticed. Hadn't taken much effort to see through her lie. Rose herself had said that vampires were only capable of unleashing their powers at night, meaning that the best way to defeat one was to discover their true identity and kill them during the day. And yet, despite that, Rose had gone through the effort of trying to lure the vampire out, taking the great risk of using herself as bait. Logically, her actions made no sense whatsoever if she had known the true identity of the creature. Deliberately lowering her chances of success wasn't like Rose at all. I imagine you noticed something else during our investigation, Alphonse continued. I don't know what, but whatever it was, it made you think that letting me cooperate with you any longer would put my life in danger. And that was why you lied, in order to try and keep me away from that danger. Rose didn't react, but also she didn't deny his words. To Alphonse, that was the same as admission. Enough of this! The vampire before them opened its eyes wide and began to concentrate its power. The moment it did, the red smoke that had been rising from the stump where its arm had been was replaced with a jet of liquescent black ichor. It bubbled and frothed from the open wound. On the cobblestones some distance away, the arm itself also began to expel the same noxious-looking secretion. Suddenly, the black liquid from both stump and severed limb stretched and pulled, seeking out the other. No! Hi, Oodles. Stop walking around. Lay down, please. Please? Yeah, lay down. You know you're not going for another walk. You got a raw paw. Can't have you getting it infected. Lay down somewhere, bud. No! Knowing what was about to happen, Rose quickly swung her Templar sword in the direction of the liquid. The sword's countless parts sliced through it, but the dark matter just reformed around the damage. Moments later, the liquid had done its work, and the severed right arm was back where it belonged. As good as new. How can he recover so quickly? I knew it. He really is a... Ha! Elroy swung the sword with his newly attached arm at Rose. What is he? What is he, Rose? Calm as ever, she pointed her Templar sword at him and fired the bladed segment that formed it. They flew from the handle and wrapped around him, binding and tearing simultaneously. Before they could completely ensnare him, Elroy transmuted into mist. The blades of the Templar sword fell from the spot he had seen, where he had been as the mist dispersed. It reconverged a moment later at a point just behind the vampire hunter. No sooner had the mist solidified than Elroy swung the sword. His attack caught her completely off guard, decapitating her. Or so he expected. But Alphonse blocked it, his saber back in hand. Gah! Alphonse gritted his teeth, desperately trying to hold his ground. Elroy had the clear advantage in terms of strength, but try as he might, he could not break Alphonse's guard. How many times do you have to get in my way before you're satisfied? Cried Elroy. Hell! Seeing a chance, Rose drew one of her giant pistols and holding it in a backhand grip, pulled the trigger. Backhand grip? The bullet ripped through Elroy's shoulder, propelling him backwards. Alphonse steadied himself and readied his saber again. I won't die on you, Rose. I'm not going to let some vampire kill me, so... Can this not wait? Rose aimed her pistol, resting it at Alphonse's shoulder, and fired it repeatedly at Elroy. Not now. Now is not the time for us to talk with each other. Vampire battling time. His wound already fully healed, Elroy dodged all of her bullets with snake-like grace and flew at them with great speed. Rose's pistol was now empty of bullets, and the vampire's charge gave her no time to draw the other. Elroy swung his sword at them, as if trying to cut them both down in a single stroke. Alphonse brought his own saber to bear and braced it with all his might to block the path of the falling sword. The two blades collided with such force that Alphonse's saber was sheared in two. The collision repelled Elroy as well, but if he were to swing his sword downward a second time with the same level of force, Alphonse and Rose would have no chance of surviving. The vampire's lips curled up in a smile, sensing impending victory. That smile was replaced almost immediately by shock when he saw what Alphonse had drawn from the depths of his uniform. Alphonse had expected that his saber would not survive Elroy's attack, and had immediately reached for the silver short sword given to him by Rose. So I'm never going to allow you to be alone again! He cried out as he swung the silver sword downward across Elroy's body, a trail of glittering argent light following in its wake. Elroy recoiled backwards, clawing at his chest. Alphonse's attack had missed his heart, but the damage it had done was the greatest he had received yet. Hydrate. Hydration.
How could I be wounded by the likes of him? Dang you! Dang you! Dang you! Dang you!
Elroy's expression was one of pure hatred, mixed with intense agony. There wasn't a trace of humanity left on his face. Alphonse, meanwhile, had exhausted the last of his strength with that attack, and was on his knees, out of breath. Rose stared down at him, a peculiar look on her face. Alphonse was desperately trying to accept and understand her solitude. He recognized the intense loneliness she had been burdened with when she let her companion die all those years ago, and was trying to save her from it. The words, "I'm never going to allow you to be alone again," resounded in her head over and over. She knew that what he had said was purely based on emotion, but it was enough to fill her heart with warmth. A heart that had thought long gone cold. You really are a complete fool. The sound of her laughing so naturally was enough to make Alphonse snap around to stare at her. But perhaps that isn't such a bad thing after all, she said with a small smile. He goggled at her. It was Rose, and yet he felt he had never seen this woman before in his life. The warmth, the gentle smile. What's that supposed to mean? He stammered. Feeling as though he had seen something he should not have, Alphonse turned around again, flustered. Elroy was now back in his direct view. The vampire was still in the same spot, watching, motionless. Alphonse had almost forgotten about him. Now was hardly the time to be talking with Rose. He needed to finish off the vampire, Elroy, for good. He looked back at Rose, and they nodded to one another. Rose began to walk towards Elroy, leaving the exhausted Alphonse behind. Elroy remained still, his head bowed, mumbling something absent-mindedly to himself. Rose pointed her remaining pistol at his head. All that she needed to do was pull the trigger, and it would all be over. But she didn't. She stopped, confused. Something wasn't right. The scent is gone? Suddenly, Elroy looked up and faced Rose. His eyes were wild and unfocused. Who is this? Oh, wait. I haven't lost. Of course I haven't. Could never lose to the likes of him. I just need to drink more blood than the likes of Alphonse will never. Bro, this vampire is so mad. He's just a guy he just happens to be a vampire who is part of the guard of the city and just hates Alphonse with every piece of his living fiber or undead fiber in his body. Just hates him so much. Just this random guy who isn't even like the greatest guard. He's just Alphonse. Mad 'cause bad. His eyes suddenly darted back to Rose's face with terrible intensity. The next moment, the wound that had been left by Alphonse's slash began to erupt red mist with incredible force. Hits! The mist filled the surrounding area at an alarming rate, and their field of vision was completely obscured by the crimson haze. Or was that Alphonse? It's... All that could be heard was Alphonse's voice crying out, Rose! What's happening? Stay calm, she ordered. It isn't harmful. The red mist was yet another special ability of vampires, employed only in moments of desperation. The creature would use its own wounds as a kind of smokescreen. Knowing this full well from experience, Rose tried to track Elroy by scent. It should have been easy. She didn't need to see the vampire to find it, and yet there was nothing. Despite having every reason to believe that he was right in front of her, not a trace of the vampire's trail was to be found. Why? She wondered, desperately trying to make sense of the situation. Slowly but surely, the red mist began to dispel. When it cleared, only two figures remained. Rose and Alphonse. The vampire was nowhere to be seen. Dang it! She cried. Elroy had managed to escape from them, but where? With a wince, Alphonse rose to his feet. Rose! We can't lose him! All things considered, it seemed safe to assume that Elroy was searching for more victims to drain in order to replenish his power, meaning that if they didn't catch him before then, there would be more fatalities, not to mention the possibility that he might grow too strong for them to handle. Rose waved Alphonse to silence. Hold on, I'm trying to follow his scent. Though she meant to reassure Alphonse, in her own mind, Rose felt deeply uneasy. How could the trail have just disappeared all of a sudden? She'd never known anything like it. Is my power growing weaker? She wondered to herself. Just as she was pondering potential causes, though, the scent suddenly returned. That fact did nothing to allay her confusion, but as long as there was a trail to follow, pursuing it needed to be their top priority. She focused her mind on the odor, trying to ascertain its location. Eventually, she was able to find the answer she sought. The source was startling. Uh-oh! It's coming from the direction of that tavern! Luca dead. The Allegria was only one street away from where they stood. Alphonse didn't even spare Rose a glance. He just dashed off towards the restaurant, his face a mask of fear. 07/5. Chapter 10, Into the Darkness. Ordinarily? So first off, we should comment that Rose is worried about her power fading, or weakening. I wonder if she is actually some kind of vampire too, or maybe she's just something else. I'm excited to find out. Ordinarily, the late hour was the peak of business for the Allegria Tavern. On any other day, the chairs would all be filled with familiar faces. Chattering away and enjoying food and drink, but tonight not a single seat was taken, for so great was the terror of the vampire murders that none dared leave their homes. Left with nothing else to do, Luca had set about cleaning the tavern, but the task was quickly finished. She slouched at the spotless counter, thoroughly bored. Last chapter? No, chapter 10. We got 4 more after this. It's a long story. There hadn't been any sign of her friend Alphonse that day. Still, considering the rumors she had heard of the Gerard team's nighttime patrols, she wasn't all that surprised. It wasn't all that surprising. He must be really busy, she thought to herself. Still, she couldn't pretend that she wasn't disappointed by the fact. Thoughts of Alphonse weighing on her mind, she let out a gloomy sigh. The tavern's owner stopped washing cutlery on this other side of the counter and gave her a warm smile.
Go home for today. Dangerous. It's dangerous round these parts lately, so you're best getting back,
he called. Just as she went to do so, however, the bell over the door chimed. A customer had entered the tavern. Luca jumped out of her chair in a panic. What she saw made her gasp. Standing in the doorway of the tavern was a young man in a blood-stained soldier's uniform. Letting out a short shriek of horror, she rushed over to the man. The uniform he had on was the same as the one worn by Alphonse, leading her to immediately think it might be him. As she drew closer, though, she realized it wasn't. Relief washed over her. Getting a closer look at his face, Luca was startled to find that she actually recognized him. A long time ago, when Alphonse had first joined the army, he had brought the man before her with him to visit the tavern. So they were friends at one time. She remembered hearing that the two of them weren't in very good terms anymore, however. They were friends at one time. His name was Elroy? The tavern's owner hurried over with a first aid kit, clearly concerned, but Elroy showed no interest in him. His eyes were focused unwaveringly on Luca. Hello, friend of Alphonse. I'm going to have to ask you to come with me, he muttered. His following smile was anything but inviting. By the time Alphonse and Rose arrived, the tavern was in a terrible state. Chairs were strewn everywhere. Tables lay in pieces all about the space, and the floor was covered in smashed glass and broken crockery. On the other side of the counter, they found the owner, blood tickling from his temple. Calmly, Rose used the church's thaumaturgy to heal him. Its mysterious power closed his wound, and soon after he regained consciousness. The second he did, Alphonse began to bombard him with questions. What happened here? Where's Luca? He couldn't see any sign of her, and that worried him intensely.
A boy in a military uniform came. No, that was no human. It was a monster. I tried to fight him off, but he took Luca.
The moment he uttered Luca's name, he fell unconscious once again. Not long after, the soldiers who had been patrolling the surrounding area heard what had happened and hurried to the scene. The area soon filled with the sounds of people's voices and soldiers running up and down the streets. Even a number of the local residents had woken up and begun to gather to see what was going on. Eventually, Gerard himself arrived and set about questioning the tavern's owner and investigating the scene with a number of his subordinates. Alphonse and Rose, meanwhile, stood in the shadow of a building not far away. Dang you, Elroy! Alphonse cried as he punched one of the brick walls with all of his might. Nearby, Rose stood with his arms folded deep in thought. Stay calm. We have every reason to believe that Luca is still alive. Blah. Elroy had fled to search for new blood to heal his injuries and increase his power. If he was intending to use Luca for that purpose, there was no reason to take her away. It would have been far quicker and easier to just drink her blood in the tavern. Thus, it was safe to assume that he had a different purpose in mind for her, and the most likely reason seemed to be to use her to lure them somewhere. Yeah, he has a grudge against Alphonse, like hot dog. I suspect that I know where he is headed, said Rose. She pointed down at the ground below their feet. Good stretch. During the previous day's encounter with Elroy, he had summoned a large number of ghouls out of seemingly nowhere, each of them victims without families or friends to note their absence. Elroy had been abducting them in secret and storing them somewhere for them when he wanted them, and there was every reason to believe there were more. To stash them, he would need quite a sizable area, but it also had to be one where the chance of them being found would be quite low. In other words, a place that no one really went. A perfect match for both of those conditions was a network of underground passages beneath the city. We were there! We've been in those! When did we receive chapter 10? Was it during the Heimdall arc? Or like right after it? So we could like relate to the having been in those tunnels? The tunnels had been built during the Dark Ages several hundred years prior and were not normally used by people. Let you check? Thank you. Somewhere in there, Rose theorized, Elroy was probably waiting for them. Alphonse proposed that they depart immediately. After all, every second they waited increased the danger that Luca was in. Rose, however, stood silently, her eyes cast downward. Is something bothering you? Alphonse asked. Her mouth tightened. It was Legram, so it was just after... Yeah, so it's the one... Yeah, it was just after Heimdall. Cool. Two things, in fact. Firstly, I suspect that Elroy is what is known as an elder vampire. There were. 8 and 9 was in Heimdall, but 10 was in Legram, which is right after Heimdall. So you get to know it. Like you were just in all of those tunnels. There were, Rose explained, several kinds of vampires. Those who were legitimate descendants of the race known as the True Ancestors. The True Ancestors were said to have all perished, but those who were closely related to them were known as Elder Vampires, and unlike True Ancestors, some Elder Vampires still remained. Elder Vampires were filled with a lust for blood every 10 or so years, and in surrendering themselves to that lust, they had been responsible for countless deaths throughout history. So they hibernate for 10 years, or like their vampire side hibernates. As a vampire hunter, therefore, they were Rose's most important targets. Furthermore, they were apparently among the most powerful of all vampires, with exceptional growth potential. As an example of this, Rose explained that when Luca was first attacked, she had been guided to a deserted area by a high-level ability called Charm, which allowed the user to control the thoughts of their victim to a certain degree. It was finding out that Luca had lost her memories of what happened when she was attacked that had first alerted Rose to the possibility that Elroy might be an elder vampire. And that was what had first led her to try to distance Alphonse from her investigation. The fact that they might be dealing with another vampire was only one of her concerns, however, though the other was closely related to it. Luca failed that will save, truly. Crit fail. The astonishing power of elder vampires possess... The astonishing power elder vampires possess is amplified even further at night. Because of that, it should be impossible for them to be able to disguise their presence completely. And yet, in the battle against Elroy earlier, he had been able to do just that, allowing him to make his escape. It had so surprised Rose that she had missed her chance to finish him off. It's possible that he's no ordinary elder vampire. Or perhaps he is something even more terrifying. Maybe he is a true ancestor, or whatever they're called. She mused aloud. Supposedly they're all dead, but... They had no way of telling that what Elroy was truly capable of, or even what he truly was. As such, it was impossible to gauge how much danger they would be putting themselves in by following him, especially knowing that they would be walking right into a trap. While she had no choice but to follow, she found herself questioning whether bringing Alphonse along would really be a good idea. The reservation must have been plain on her face because Alphonse cut off her thoughts with a determined shake of his head. Rose, I've told you already that I'm not going to die. I won't let you be alone ever again. I don't care how strong our opponent is. I'm not going to go back on my word. The resolve was clear and unwavering in his eyes. With or without her blessing, he would see it through to the end. He could not, would not, abandon someone living a life of solitude like he once did. The pure innocence of that emotion and empathy was enough to recall her own bleak loneliness. The dark feelings passed over her features like a cloud obscuring the stars. There was, after all, one other secret she had yet to part with. And that, more than anything, was the cause of her solitude. The warmth of his words almost coaxed it from her lips. So moved was she, but now wasn't the time. For the moment, his heartfelt declaration was enough for her. Their priority needed to be saving his friend. Everything else could wait. "I'm sorry," she said. "I thought I had overcome my hesitations, but it seems that wasn't the case." With a mental shake of the head, she pushed her doubts deep within and slowly moved her hand downwards towards her waist. Her fingers sought out her spare blade, an elegant long sword. Unclipping it from her belt, she handed it to Alphonse. "This should serve as a replacement for the broken saber. I imagine you'll be able to fight more comfortably with this." Alphonse hefted it in his hand, admiring the balance. He slipped it a hand's width out of the scabbard for a closer look. Like Rose's other purified weapons, it had a silvery glow that seemed to suck in the light of the red moon. A blow from a blade like this would surely stop a vampire in his tracks. Blech. Rose had always known that short sword she had given Alphonse was hardly the ideal weapon for him. She had done this deliberately, hoping that having an unsuitable weapon would dissuade him from trying to get actively involved in battle. And yet, not once had he balked at entering the fray. With whatever resources he had at his disposal, Alphonse was always ready to jump right in. Giving him the longsword, therefore, was a sign that she now regarded him as someone worthy of trust, and an apology for underestimating him previously. Alphonse acknowledged the gift, and perhaps apology, with a nod of the head, and attached the blade to his sturdy leather baldric. They regarded one another for a moment then, and swore to do what needed to be done. Their mutual resolve reaffirmed, they took off into the deep darkness where Luca and the vampire waited. Water. We're stopping at 4 hours. We should stop raids now. I'm stopping when I finish reading. I'm almost done with chapter 10. There are only 4 chapters after this. So I don't know how fast I'm going to finish this. There are 28, 31, 17, 21. So. I'll stop raids now, just in case, because there's no reason I can't keep it strong. And set it back up if we keep going for a little longer. Wow, words are hard right now for me to think. My brain is thinking about all these vampire stuffs. Well. If it doesn't look like Falcom likes vampires. Hee 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 hee. I even gave them lore. In this supposedly fictional story, which had stopped printing for some reason. Next to Heimdall, there flowed a great river known as the Anor. Whole novel just for vampires, and it's like the longest one I've ever seen in Falcom so far. Yeah. Sunshine, Anius, and Azure sure did. That's why I know all about mages and why I've suspected Emma for like ever. Since like chapter 1 or 2, Emma's just been suspect ever since her little I think her little magic, her lock picking, which was all the way back in Berea Heart, I think. Next to Heimdall, the healing before that. Oh, the healing, yeah, the healing. When Reen got hurt. Next to Heimdall, there flowed a great river known as the Anor. Facing out onto it was Heimdall Port. And in one corner of that port was a door that led down into an underground passage. The entrance was usually locked for safety reasons, but they forced it open without much trouble and stepped inside. The air within was a mixture of mold, rusting metal, and pervasive smell of damp. Wait. Chat! It's the same door that we've gone through. We used this door in the port. That's so cool. The entrance was usually locked for safety reasons, but they forced it open without much trouble and stepped inside. The air within was a mixture of mold, rusting metal, and a pervasive smell of damp. Cautiously, they moved along the slick stone path, ears and eyes strained for any movement. The tunnel was connected to the river itself, and the torpid water flowed all the way into the deep darkness. Further along the passage, it had been constructed during the Dark Ages, and the network of passages under the city was so vast that no one knew just how far it stretched, or exactly what lay within it. The entire area had long been abandoned. No maintenance or modernization had ever been done. To Alphonse's eye, it looked as though they were setting foot in some ancient labyrinth, untouched by time or man for hundreds of years. They proceeded deeper inside, following Elroy's trail along the waterway, with only the faintest of light from the red moon trickling through the periodic grates to illuminate their path. The scent coming from him had returned in full force, filling the air with tension as they drew closer and closer to their quarry. Red Moon! They proceeded cautiously, and more slowly now, as even the light from the moon eventually abandoned them during their descent. The pitch darkness did not last for long, however. As they advanced, they soon started to come across torches, here and there, attached at intervals along the wall. The glow from the flickering light was both inviting and sinister. It looks like he really has been using this place as a hideout for quite a while, Alphonse commented. He and others, Rose thought with distaste. It seemed very likely that the people Elroy had abducted were somewhere around too. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than that she sensed movement. She sighed. It looks as though we're too late. The meaning of Rose's words soon became clear. Slowly but surely, a number of figures drew closer to them from ahead. They shuffled and jerked with unnatural cadence. Ghouls. While Elroy had abducted Luca without drinking her blood, it seemed as though he had used the other people he had been keeping here in her place. Alphonse couldn't help but feel a slight sense of relief when he realized that Luca wasn't among them. But that didn't prove for certain that she was still unharmed. After all Elroy needed to do to get them to chase after him was have them believe that there was a chance that she was still alive. As the creatures approached, it was clear that they had no time to waste. Alphonse quickly drew the longsword, while Rose already had her Templar sword and pistol in hand, ready for battle. We need to deal with these first. Right. Their course of action decided, they both charged into the horde of advancing ghouls. It was the first time that Alphonse had been forced to engage in actual combat with ghouls, and he found it emotionally draining. After all, the ghouls were nothing more than victims of the vampire. They hadn't chosen to have their lives taken or to be compelled to seek to devour their fellows. It had all been forced upon them. As such, he was not fighting to kill them, but to free them. Thinking of it logically didn't do much to reduce the pain of taking up arms against another human being, though. His heart ached every time he cut one down. Rose, meanwhile, was mowing down ghouls like a scythe through the summer harvest. Just... The lawnmower. There were nothing more than obstacles in her way, and their shambling attacks were no match for her peerless work with the blade. No matter the speed and skill with which she dispatched them, though, more ghouls emerged from the darkness to block her path. Watching her, Alphonse couldn't help but wonder how long she had been enduring the same pain that he was feeling now. It didn't show on her face, but he remembered the tenderness with which she had handled the ghoul after defeating it on their first meeting. She was as disgusted as he with their plight. He wanted to know what had driven her to continue subjecting herself to that pain over and over again, what had driven her to the depths of solitude. But most of all, he wanted to find some way that he could be of help to her. Right now, however, all that he could do for her was to continue to fight. Stemming on the sorrow he felt with every swing of the sword that met flesh, he kept advancing forward through the mass of bodies before him. Using the torches on the walls of their beacons, Alphonse and Rose hurried as best they could through the maze of passages. Dozens upon dozens of ghouls obstructed their path, but they continued to carve their way forward. They advanced, but slowly, each battle taking a toll on their stamina and energy. Eventually, it's okay, they're almost to the boss fight. They'll get a recharge station soon. Oh, no. Orbital power doesn't exist. Eventually, the path ahead of them opened. Well, it does exist. It's just, it hasn't been rediscovered yet. And they found themselves in a wide, spacious area. The ground here was gray and soft beneath their feet. It was earth, not stone. A number of crosses were lined up in tidy rows in the sweeping space, probably erected during the Dark Ages. Their bindings looked so weathered that they could have crumbled to the ground at any moment. The area was lit only by a few sputtering torches, but it was enough to see that they must be in a catacomb of sort. The atmosphere in the subterranean tomb was even gloomier than it had been in the passages they had passed through to reach it. At its center stood a single, silent man wearing a black coat over his tattered army uniform. Alphonse had been leaning exhaustedly against Rose after their seemingly endless battles with the ghouls, but when he spied the familiar figure, he let out a mighty yell. Elroy! His voice boomed throughout the chamber, but the other man didn't flinch in the slightest. Instead, he calmly turned to face them. The air grew heavy with malevolence. I've been expecting you, he said. Smiling, he regarded them with amusement. As his lips crept farther and farther up, his needle-sharp fangs were slowly revealed. They were stained a deep, wet red. Ooh! Battle in the catacomb! Boss fight time. Watching Elroy turn, Rose knew with a sinking feeling that he had fully recovered from their previous battle. It was also obvious that he was much, much stronger, considering how much blood he must have drunk to spawn all of the ghouls they had fought on their way to reach him. It was hardly surprising, though. Nonetheless, neither Alphonse nor Rose had any way of telling exactly how powerful the monster before them had become. Where's Luca? They don't get retries? No. It's a one and done. Game over. Game deletes itself off their hard drive. Yeah, they probably have hard drives back in the Middle Ages. No, probably floppy disks. The vampire shrugged as if bored. Who knows? Maybe I'll tell you if you beat me. He slowly raised his arms and stretched them towards the heavens. An incredible wave of power erupted from his palms, reverberating throughout the catacomb. Alphonse and Rose tensed, but then the rush of energy suddenly stopped. What was that? Alphonse asked cautiously. No! Cried Rose. Though the discharge of power had no immediate visible effect, she knew what was coming. Her grip on her sword tightened. A strange, crumping sound filled the air. Like vast, unseen movement, Alphonse's eyes darted over the area, trying to find the source of the noise. Near one of the crosses he had noticed earlier, something white caught his eye. It was a skeletal human hand, Undead! Catacombs! Necromancy. Neurotoxins. Land of origin. With a start, he realized that similar grasping fingers and limbs were emerging from the other graves surrounding them. The twitching bones were pushing and crawling at the dirt. And not long after, the bodies they belonged to began to heave their way out of the ground as well. The air was full of the cracking and clicking of bones and musty soil. These were the cadaverous remains of those who had been buried long ago. It seemed the skill to wake and manipulate the corpses of the dead was yet another ability in an elder vampire's repertoire. Their new undead foes presented another problem. Unlike the ghouls, the skeletons were equipped with varying weapons and equipment. Some had axes and others swords, while many wore helmets and several had shields. Judging from all the armament on display, it seemed safe to assume that those who were buried in this particular catacomb had all been warriors of those who had fallen in battle. Alphonse drew his sword, his back against Rose's. They were completely surrounded.
What incredible power!
Elroy's shriek of laughter cut like a knife through the shuffling of withered feet and creaking of rotten leather. His expression was suffused with ecstasy as he surveyed his handiwork. Once free of their earthen graves, the skeletons stood completely still. Unlike the ghouls who operated entirely on the instinctive desire planted within them, the skeletons were soldiers with the truest sense of the word. They waited the command of the vampire who had woken them from their eternal slumber. With a sweeping cut of his hand, Elroy gave the signal to attack. The skeletons surged forward, en masse, towards Alphonse and rose like a wave cresting to the shoreline. Each of them held their weapons out at the ready, but there were simply too many of them to block them all. Just before the undead army reached them, Alphonse felt Rose tap on his shoulder from behind. Instantly understanding what she was trying to tell him, he swiftly crouched to the ground. Oh, she's gonna swing her Templar blade? As Alphonse ducked, Rose jumped high into the air. She twisted the upper half of her body, her right arm stretched over the left side of her torso. With a powerful swipe, she swung that arm back to the right, her body making almost a full rotation. The motion lent even greater power to her swing as she whipped her Templar sword around in a scything arc. Rose is really cool. I think we just saw her S-craft. The heads of the closest skeletons exploded into a fine white powder as the segmented blades made contact. The sheer force behind the blow was also blasted back the second row of skeletons, giving their pair precious breathing space. Not letting the opening go to waste, Alphonse leaped up from the ground and charged forward through the sea of bones towards the vampire. The skeletons tried to oppose his advance, but he simply bashed them aside, slashing, kicking, punching, and otherwise doing whatever he had to in order to remove them from his path. It was ugly, but effective. Elroy was nearly within his reach. Rose, meanwhile, was doing all she could to draw the skeleton's attention, switching rapidly between using her sword and pistols. She also did her best to cover Alphonse from afar, attacking enemies, bearing down on him from behind. Why, Elroy? What happened to you? Alphonse cried over the clamor of battle. As he smashed his way through the legion of skeletons, he couldn't help but wonder how the two of them had come to this point to begin with. They had first met several years before when Alphonse joined the Imperial Army. Elroy had been an orphan who had lived in poverty before being scouted out for the military. Hi, Dusty. By Gerard for his exceptional skill with a sword. As such, the two of them shared a lot in common. Oh, you're gonna come lay on me? Okay. Come here. Yeah. Come here. In common, while Elroy didn't even know who his parents were, they were both orphans, and they were both saved from solitude by Gerard. They soon felt an affinity towards one another, becoming good rivals and aiding each other in improving their skills. You gonna lay on me or go down? Lay on me? Okay. Yet, at some point after that, the relationship took a turn for the worse. Even so, Alphonse still saw Elroy as a comrade, and respected his strength and skill, no matter how many times Elroy acted unpleasantly or coldly to him. That feeling never changed for him. Later, Dusty. See you, dude. And that was why, even now, after all had been seen and done, he still couldn't bring himself to believe that Elroy was a vampire. That Elroy, someone he had practically grown up with, was someone who could heartlessly take the lives of innocent people, or toy with them as food. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally dispatched the last skeleton standing between him and Elroy. His path was clear. He raced towards the vampire, silver sword held high and a war cry erupting from his lips. Watching him with undistinguished amusement, Elroy smoothly drew his own blade. Once again, their swords locked together in opposition. I won't let you harm anyone else! As a friend, I can't allow you to! Don't you give me that! Elroy blocked Alphonse's attack with a contemptuous swipe of his own sword, held effortlessly in one hand, and then repelled off Alphonse's blade with incredible force. Alphonse's arm was knocked back, but he turned to his advantage and used the momentum from Elroy's attack to spin around and attack him with a sweeping horizontal slash. Again, Elroy rebuffed him, this time employing but a single finger. The digit was burned by the blade, but though it smoked, Elroy didn't show the faintest sign of concern. Instead, he began to focus his strength into it, causing the sword to begin to crack. Hot dog! Just puts a finger out, stops the blade like that. Alphonse looked up with gritted teeth, expecting to see the familiar superior's sneer on Elroy's face, but instead a glimpse of a man assured of his own victory. He only saw pure hatred. The look was so intense that he almost faltered. Friend! How dare you call yourself my friend after you tried to steal what matters to me most to me? What? Elroy's words caught Alphonse so off guard that he wasn't able to react in time to parry the downward strike from Elroy's sword. The blade made contact, slicing through Alphonse's guard and uniform from shoulder to navel. Blood sprayed in the wake of the slash, and he howled in pain. Hearing his cry, Rose called out in concern. The path he had carved to Elroy, however, had long since filled with skeletons that she was diverting, and Alphonse knew he could expect no help from that quarter. Unfortunately, the wound was fairly shallow. As if to demonstrate his fitness, he nimbly retreated backwards and raised his sword again. What are you talking about? I don't remember ever taking anything from you. Silence! Your chance to repent is long since past! Elroy renewed his attack with relentless force. Alphonse tried valiantly to resist, but his injury impaired him from fighting to his full potential, and Elroy managed to land one slash after another. Blood began to soak through his shirt. Though all superficial, the number of wounds on his body increased steadily, and he began to feel lightheaded. Our boy's dying! Come on, Alphonse! You got this! Nonetheless, he raised the sword yet again, but only pure willpower kept the blade from wavering. Elroy watched this display with glee. His mouth quirked up in a smile of anticipated victory. Don't worry. He won't be long for long. That vampire hunter and the girl from the tavern will be joining you very soon. Alone for long. Alphonse trembled at the promise of those words, but they also filled him with renewed determination. Elroy, I don't know what you've got against me, but no matter what it is, I'm not going to let you kill me. I'm not going to go back on my promise. What are you talking about? Elroy asked, the smile slipping from his face. You think you can kill me? Go right ahead and try, because I'm not going to die, and I will stop you! Enough! Enraged, Elroy finally clasped his sword in both hands, fury and monstrous energy radiating from him in waves. Alphonse knew that this would be his strongest attack yet. You're finished! Elroy cried, swinging his sword downward with all of his might. Death approached from above, and Alphonse saw it coming, but he made no move to block it. his silver sword still raised in front of him. He took Elroy's attack head on. Once again, the vampire's blade made contact with Alphonse's left shoulder, cleaving through body, muscle, bone, and all. Or at least that was what he expected to happen. What? What happened next defied all logic. As the sword carried downward, it sheared through Alphonse's left collarbone, then stopped. Trembling with effort, Alphonse looked Elroy straight in the eye, and it was not the look of a man who had been bested. Alphonse hadn't decided not to defend against Elroy's attack. Instead, he had resolved to receive it and focus his concentration to its limit. The moment the blade entered his body, he had suddenly stiffened all of his muscles, thus allowing him to have the sword's advance. I wonder if he somehow was able to draw on the same power that the Taito school people, like Zin and them, used to, like body enhancement magic. That'd be kind of cool. Pulled on that sort of same power. Elroy was stunned by what had happened. The outcome was just so far removed from the victory he had envisioned that he could only gape at the other man. And it was that shock that Alphonse had been courting. It was the opening he had so desperately created. Ah! Ignoring the pain surging through his body, Alphonse prepared his strike. Elroy released his own sword's hilt, unable to free the blade embedded in Alphonse's shoulder. He took a half step back, weaponless, defenseless. The tip of Alphonse's silver sword flew forwards, piercing the vampire straight through the chest. As it sank deep and true, the catacomb fell silent. With a dry sound, almost like a sigh, the skeletons Rose had been fighting crumbled to the ground. Finally free from the need to fight against them any longer, she stopped and turned to Alphonse. She watched in mute astonishment as Alphonse withdrew his sword from the vampire's chest. Elroy dropped to his knees and then collapsed. His enemy defeated, Alphonse then turned his attention to himself. With clenched teeth, he pulled out the sword that had been embedded in his left shoulder. Blood spurted in a bright arc as he freed it. It's okay, chat! It's okay. We know that she has thaumaturgy, so it's okay to pull it out, because it can get healed right away. I think. Blood spurted in bright arcs as he freed it. He tried to stop the bleeding by holding his hand over it, but the wound was just too deep. Blood continued to flow out between his fingers. Maybe I overdid it a little, he said a bit unsteadily. Rose sighed. You truly are unbelievable. She picked her way over to him, carefully sidestepping bones and weapons in her path. Gently, she placed a hand over his, and Alphonse felt a warm sensation suffuse his body. She was using her thaumaturgy to heal his injuries. You only have one life, she chided him. You shouldn't treat it so carelessly. I always knew that you were foolish, but perhaps foolish, idiotic, imbecile is more appropriate. Despite the admonishing tone of her words, Alphonse could tell from her face just how relieved she was that he was all right. Feeling somewhat guilty for worrying her so much, he watched as his wound rapidly began to close. While her thaumaturgy could only heal physical wounds and not restore his lost stamina, it was still more than sufficient as first aid. Suddenly, they heard a soft groaning sound from nearby. It had come from Elroy, who was looking up at the ceiling with a vacant expression. His skin had begun to crack and slowly crumble away. He seemed to be trying to say something, but his voice was so quiet that it was impossible to make out. Rose slowly drew one of her silver pistols and pointed it at Elroy's head. Alphonse started. Well, what are you? His fate is sealed regardless. But I can't allow him to pass like this. There wasn't a moment to waste. As a vampire hunter, she had a duty to finish off her targets. So she's putting him out of his misery so he doesn't suffer? To Alphonse, her decision seemed heartless, but he also knew that she had no choice. And yet, it still frustrated him that it had to end like this. He still had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask Elroy. Had he been a vampire for the whole of the time that they were known to that they had known each other? What had driven him to start taking the lives of innocents now? And why did he hate him so much? Nonetheless, he knew that vampires were simply too dangerous to be allowed to exist. As such, he stood by, silently allowing her to do what she thought had to be done. But Rose simply stood with her pistol pointed at Elroy's head, never pulling its trigger. "This doesn't make any sense," she murmured. Alphonse looked at her. "What doesn't?" "I don't understand." "Well, what don't you understand?" There was puzzlement, not a bit of wariness, in Rose's reply. "There's no scent. None at all." "Scent of what?" "The scent of an elder vampire. The scent of an elder vampire." At that moment, something flew at incredible speed through the darkness. 2 long, narrow objects made up of filthy black blood flashed towards them. "Oh! The real boss makes its appearance!" 2 long, narrow objects made up of filthy black blood flashed towards them in a blur. Rose, who had sensed their approach first, immediately pushed Alphonse out of the way. As he was thrust from the path of the objects, Alphonse watched in horror as the sharply pointed lances of blood mercilessly pierced Rose's chest. He fell to the ground with a whump. And a moment later, Rose thudded down beside him. Blood began to pool around her inert body. Her chest! She's dead! Or is she? Alphonse couldn't process what was happening, nor was he able to rise to his feet. So weak was he from his earlier battle. "Well, well," said a voice. "I certainly couldn't have seen that coming. I was hoping to finish you both off at the same time." Out of the darkness that the lances had emerged from stepped a figure. A figure whose outline had gait was achingly familiar. A man in a military uniform who knew better than anyone else. Did Gerard kill his parents and then take him in? "Looks like you managed to cheat death again. Huh, El?" "Gerard!" He didn't want to believe what he was seeing. What a twist! I didn't expect it. So Gerard is the elder vampire. And not Elroy. Chapter 12, Elder Vampire. Gerard was Alphonse's superior, and the commanding officer of a unit of the Imperial Army responsible for maintaining law and order in Heimdall, widely known as the Gerard Team. More than that, he was like a father to Alphonse, as he was the man who had taken him in and raised him after Alphonse had lost his parents. Alphonse knew how hard Gerard had been working to try and catch the culprit behind the vampire murders, and how much anguish he felt at not being able to find any leads as to who the criminal might be, even if he tried not to show it to his subordinates. His desire to help ease the burden on his foster parent was part of the reason that Alphonse was so determined to catch the murderer himself. So what was Gerard doing here in the underground with them? He was supposed to be at the tavern that Elroy had attacked, taking command of the operation. What business could he possibly have here? Alphonse didn't understand. Or rather, he didn't want to understand. Gerard regarded Alphonse with a strange mix of disappointment and affection, like a father looking at his naughty child. "Well, I suppose it's a lot to take in for you." He often made the same face when Alphonse addressed him too familiarly while on duty. Everything about Gerard was the same as ever, and he found that very fact deeply disturbing. It was then that he noticed that Luca was standing next to Gerard, her eyes vacant. She didn't seem at all bothered by the carnage all around her. In fact, she didn't even seem to be aware of it at all. Is that Rose? Charm, said a weak voice. So then that means you must be... Returning to his senses, Alphonse looked over in the direction of the voice. It was Rose. She was still lying on the ground. Blood burbled on her lips from the effort of speaking. It was immediately obvious just from looking at her that the damage she had sustained was lethal. Gerard, seemingly surprised, 07, that she was still alive, responded to her unfinished question. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Vampire Hunter. My name is Gerard. I am the elder vampire that you two have been chasing all this time. He seemed to have no interest in hiding the truth anymore. Sir. It was Elroy. Barely clinging to life, he crawled across the ground to Gerard's feet. His clawed hand grasped weakly at Gerard's pant leg, as if trying to cling to him. I'm sorry, sir. Gerard kneeled down and took Elroy's hand. Bending over, he lifted him up like a parent might take a child in their arms. It's all right, Elroy. You did wonderfully in luring that loathsome vampire hunter to the capital. I was right to believe in you. I couldn't have asked for more. Listening to Gerard praise him, Elroy's expression was one of complete peace. And that's why I have no further use for you. Sleep well. The warmth in Gerard's words seemed to drain in an instant. The next moment, a twisted grin emerged on his face, revealing beast-like fangs. No sooner had Alphonse noticed them than they sank into Elroy's neck. I'm not gonna do it. For the first time, he screams really loud and agonizingly. For the first time, Alphonse was forced to witness a vampire drinking blood. Elroy howled out in agony, his screams so piercing that Alphonse wanted to cover his ears to block them out. With agonizing slowness, Gerard drank his blood, and by draining him, also absorbed the life energy of tens upon tens of innocent human beings that Elroy had killed. All of a sudden, Elroy's formerly useful body began to shrivel up like a desiccated husk of corn. As his youth evaporated, Gerard's vitality grew exponentially. Black smoke began to pour from the youth's body, hiding it from sight. Elroy's cries grew hoarse, then stopped entirely. Finally, his body turned to dust, which fell onto the damp earth of the catacomb. The smoke finally cleared, leaving only Gerard. He was now clad in a black coat, in place of his army uniform, and instead of the middle-aged man he had been previously, he now appeared to be roughly the same age as Alphonse. A small line of blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He lapped it up with his tongue, his expression one of pure bliss. He then started to look over himself, taking everything in as if trying to adjust to his new body. The man before him was no longer the Gerard that Alphonse once knew. He was the very image of the vampires that appeared in Erebonian legend. Simply delicious. It's been over a decade since I last had the chance to taste human blood, but it's just as wonderful as I remembered. That was well worth going through all that tedious preparation for. He gave a satisfied sigh. Alphonse could only look at him in horrified disbelief. So you were the one who turned Elroy into a vampire? You were the one who made him drink blood, just so you could take it all from him? Now, Gerard tisked. That's not quite true. I'll have you know that Elroy willingly chose to become one of us. Gerard placed his hand on his chest in mock solemnity. Solemn. And do you pronounce the N when you add itty at the end? Solemnity? Whatever. mock solemnity, and cast his eyes downwards in a thoroughly exaggerated fashion. Elroy was an orphan. With the N? Solemnity? Okay. He had lived a poor, lonely life, more so than anyone else I have ever known. But I saw that he was capable with a sword, and I invited him into the army. And so he became to be dependent on me, just as I thought he would. Gerard wiped an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye. It was as if he saw me as a real father. He added with a laugh. Alphonse shuddered at the thought, chills running through his whole body. Eventually, he started to resent you for the fact that I had always raised you like a real son. He wanted to receive that treatment himself, so he tried to find a way to steal that position from you. One day, I decided to reveal my true identity to him, and invited him to become a vampire as well. He gladly agreed, hoping that by doing so he would be able to be more useful to me than you. Hoping that I would favor him more than I did you. From a short distance away, Rose still lay on the ground, unable to move and frustrated by what she was hearing. In all likelihood, Gerard had given a fraction of his power to Elroy when he had turned him into a vampire. The scent of that was the reason that Rose assumed that he was the elder vampire that they were searching for, but she had been wrong, and if not for her mistake, they wouldn't be in this perilous situation to begin with. For his part, Alphonse was stunned at the revelation that Elroy had held a grudge against him all this time, as well as the reason for it. It wasn't as though Alphonse had done nothing wrong himself, or even tried to hurt Elroy, and yet he was filled with a deep sense of regret. If only he had realized how Elroy felt earlier, perhaps he could have prevented him from becoming a vampire, and avoided all of this happening. Furthermore, he had no choice but to admit to himself that Gerard was the true culprit behind all of this. And the man who had manipulated a lonely boy to kill countless people so that he didn't have to dirty his own hands. All of a sudden, the fact that they had been unable to stop the vampire murders, no matter how much they strengthened their nighttime patrols, made perfect sense. After all, what chance did they have when the mastermind himself was in charge of organizing them? As that truth dawned on him, Alphonse felt a dull, terrible ache in his chest. A thoughtful from Gerard brought Alphonse back to things at hand. The vampire licked his lips. Now that my hunger has finally been sated, I suppose all that remains is dessert, he purred. He glanced sideways towards the vacant-eyed Luca with undistinguished desire, then wrenched his eyes away and focused on the still form of Rose. But before that, he said, suddenly raising his left hand and pointing it at her, I think it's about time our dear vampire hunter left the stage for good. Before Alphonse could even react, countless lances of blood, like the two that had struck before, formed and flew from his palm toward the fallen woman. Alphonse cried out, but could do nothing to stop their flight. Rose saw the danger and reacted, still lying on the ground. She dropped the pistol that she had secretly been aiming at Gerard, and at the last second used every bit of her strength that remained to her to roll out of the way. She avoided instant death, but it would only be a momentary reprieve if the vampire decided to strike again. Gerard shook his head in amazement. Ha ha! You really are a tenacious one, aren't you? Then how about... Stop! Just as Gerard was about to launch his next attack, Alphonse jumped at him. Sword raised, he slashed with everything he could muster. The sword made contact, but aside from a dull ringing sound, it didn't seem to do any actual damage. Oh my. That's no way to show your appreciation to the man who raised you all these years, Gerard said, laughing. He flicked his index finger at Alphonse's forehead, causing an unimaginably powerful shockwave which sent him flying backwards through the air. The silver sword Rose had given him was supposed to be able to kill vampires, and yet it wasn't able to do so much as scratch Gerard. It was then that Alphonse realized what he was up against. a true elder vampire, filled with the life energy of countless humans that Elroy had collected that he stood no chance whatsoever against. The weight of that understanding filled him with despair. The vampire, meanwhile, seemed to think of something. Oh, I know. While I'm telling you all of this, there is one other little thing that you might be interested to know. Think of this as a reward for surviving so long. Winded from the blow, Alphonse could only gasp. What? Is it this thing that... Is it the thing that... I bet it's the thing that, Rose has been trying to tell him, but has been holding off. He struggled to rise, but he only got as far as kneeling. Gerard looked down at him, a vulgar smile playing at his lips. Or not. It's just what I predicted. The other thing. The one who killed your parents was me. Just as Alphonse had thought that nothing else could surprise him, he was proved wrong. Gerard's words dragged the sight of his mother and father, all of the blood drained from their bodies lying dead in their home over 10 years ago, up from his memories. Gerard continued, seeming to enjoy Alphonse's reaction. There really was a vampire in that village back then. Naturally, I'm referring to me. Your father seemed to realize the first part and set about trying to find out the vampire's identity in secret. Restart the book? Oh yeah, sure, no problem. We'll restart the book. Welcome back, Kira. This was the first that Alphonse had heard about this. He had no idea that his father had once tried to do exactly what he and Rose had. He was an exceptionally capable soldier, you know, Gerard continued. Far too capable to be stuck in a backwater village like that. But that ended up being his undoing. It was he very nearly succeeded in discovering that it was I whom he was seeking. And that's why I killed him with my own hands. Him and his wife who was helping him. Alphonse stumbled to his feet and broke into a lurching charge at Gerard. With frenzied slashes and thrusts, he attacked the vampire, almost as if to avoid having to listen to what he was saying. Gerard laughed as he batted away the weak blows. The only problem with my plan was you, Al. I'd intended to kill you at the same time. You were still a child at the time, but I couldn't allow anyone who might know my true identity to live. And yet, when I came to take care of them, you were away from the house. No matter how many times Alphonse hacked at Gerard, he could not connect. His silver sword, his fury, his grief, it all seemed meaningless against this foe. Nothing he did could hurt the creature who had taken everything from him. Completely ignoring Alphonse, Gerard continued talking. I couldn't very well kill you on a separate occasion either, he sighed. Not with the chance that the vampire hunter I'd heard was skulking about might catch wind of it and come after me. Too many strange murders in such a small town like that would be quite suspicious after all. And that's why I decided to keep you close to me instead, so that I could keep an eye on you myself. Effectively, it seemed Gerard's plan was to make sure that Alphonse never remembered anything that might help him realize the vampire's true identity. If he had, he would have been killed. The man he thought he knew, the man who had cared for him like a father, was a lie. Slowly, as the full, bitter truth began to sink in, he could feel the hot prickle of tears stinging his eyes. Probably actually looked at Alphonse more like a pet. Amuse. But that won't be necessary anymore. I have no reason to allow you to live any longer. Gerard had previously been disregarding all of Alphonse's futile attempts to hurt him, but suddenly he went on the offensive. Lightning quick, he bypassed Alphonse's guard, and his fist made contact with the young man's right side. Bones crumpled under the sharp blow, and once again Alphonse was sent flying. He had landed hard, but was almost immediately up again through sheer force of will. The pain was incredible and something was broken inside him, but it didn't matter. He simply couldn't forgive the man, the creature in front of him, for what he had done. You can't win, Al. You must know that. Just give up and die. This time Gerard came to him. His attacks were relentless like water gushing from a broken dam. Again and again his tightly clenched fist pounded Alphonse with the force of a wrecking ball. Unable to defend himself from the onslaught, Alphonse was showered with punches, blood spraying through the air with every strike. Faintly, he heard Rose call his name. She barely seemed able to maintain consciousness. If he lost here, Rose would be killed for sure, as would Luca. Losing wasn't an option. Being killed wasn't an option. The heck? Do you hear when I said option with the O? My, like some spit in my throat gurgled. Losing wasn't an option. Being killed wasn't an option. Defeat of any kind wasn't an option considering what was at stake. Too much hydration? Very possibly. A sharp pain in his side signaled another bone breaking. Blood dribbled down his lips as he bit back a groan. The more time passed, the closer he was to drawing to death's door. Nonetheless, he slowly raised his sword again, swinging it downwards with the last of his strength. As he did, Gerard aimed yet another punch at him from directly in front. With a dull, metallic sound, the blade snapped in two. The power of the blow sent the top half flying. It flipped end over end and back, clear through Alphonse's right shoulder. It ended impaling into the ground next to where Rose lay. The moment it sliced through him, it felt as though his strings had been cut as well. He had no more energy left to fight. He couldn't even maintain his grip on the broken sword in his hand. He crumbled to the ground, too exhausted to go on. As he did, another faint memory of the past resurfaced in his mind. During the short period before his parents' murders, there had been a girl who often came to their home, who had introduced herself as an acquaintance of her father's. She used to take him out to play practically every day, so that he wouldn't disturb his father while he was working. Who was this girl? Was it... was it Rose? Thinking back, the work he had been doing must have been investigating the vampire. It was on one of those days that the murders took place. If he had been home with his parents at that time, he would no doubt have been killed alongside them. So the mistake she made was getting his parents killed. Okay. It was thanks to her taking him out that day that he had been able to live in ignorance for so long and avoid being killed by Gerard. He had long forgotten her. Perhaps because his parents' murders had left such a deep scar inside him that all other memories of the period had been pushed into the depths of his subconscious. He found himself wondering how she was doing, whether she was all right. He hoped she was. These were the idle thoughts that filled him as he lay defeated on the ashen earth. Gerard's mocking laughter filling his ears. And now, Al, I think it really is time to finish this. Your mother and father are waiting for you up with the goddess. The vampire held the finger of his right hand straight and rigid, a thumb folded inwards as if performing a karate chop, and then swung it down towards Alphonse like the blade of a guillotine, aiming directly for his neck. Ugh. White light suddenly filled the area, obscuring all else. At the same time, Alphonse heard the sound of something rending the air. Realizing that he was still alive, he slowly opened his eyes. A twist? The hand that had been about to slice through Alphonse's neck now had a gigantic hole at its center. A gun! Gerard had his left hand wrapped around his right wrist and was staring at the hole in horror, unable to process what had just happened. The edges of the wound smoked and sizzled. Impossible! Before him stood Rose. Her injuries had been beyond most humans' ability to even survive, yet there she stood unwavering, a smoking silver pistol in her hand. Her lips were still bright with blood, but her voice was steady. I will not allow you to lay another finger on him.
Her eyes blaze with a bright crimson fire. Oh, that's the end of that chapter. Here we go. Find out who she really is. Rose had been prepared to accept her own death. Gerard's lances of blood had perforated several of her organs. She no longer had the strength to use thaumaturgy to heal herself. Considering that her occupation was hunting vampires, she always knew that this might happen, that one day one of the vampires she tried to kill might instead end her own life. Nonetheless, her task was to try and defeat as many of them as she could before that happened. That was her penance. Her way that she would try to atone. Because, what's she atoning for? Being a vampire? But that time had finally come. She had done all that she could, and yet she had been powerless to defeat Gerard. If she just closed her eyes, she would never wake up again. Perhaps that would be the easiest and least painful option. Her consciousness fading, her lids began to droop, but then she saw something in the corner of her field of vision. It was Alphonse, desperately struggling against something he could not hope to best. To see him fighting on, he who had battled beside her every step of the way, made her heart ache. She watched his final last-ditch attack fail, and the silver sword she had given him shatter. The upper half of its broken blade flew towards her. It pierced the damp earth by her head. The silvery sheen of the sword fragment blurred in her vision, then came back into focus. It was wet with Alphonse's blood. Just take a little lick there. Just a little lick. Thump. Dun, dun. The sound of her heart pounding drowned out all other noises. It was a sensation that she was determined to never feel again. Or rather, one that she felt but desperately tried to ignore. But she couldn't surrender herself to death just yet. Alphonse had sworn to her that he wouldn't allow himself to die, and he was going to do everything possible to keep that promise. It was her turn to show the same kind of courage that he was. She reached out a hand, ignoring the pain running through it, and grasped the broken blade. She bent it close to her upturned face and stretched out her tongue toward the blood dripping down its surface. Then she licked it. The instant blood touched her lips, her vision became awash within a scarlet haze. She knew that she was taking a huge risk, and yet her heart was filled with a new, different resolve. It was a risk worth taking. She was a vampire after all. What do you know? But one of them ancestors, true ancestors or whatever they're called. I'm shocked. I'm truly surprised. Hi, hello. How you doing? You can't be. You can't be. Gerard glared at her, still clutching at his wound with his left hand. She opened her mouth again to speak, her whole body shrouded in a faint crimson radiance. My name is Roselia, she said. I am a descendant of the loathsome race of vampires, and a true ancestor. As she introduced herself anew, she gave a polite courtesy. Roselia. She gave a polite courtesy. Nice in the middle of the combat. Alphonse watched the exchange from his low vantage point on the ground. It was not the first time he had heard of the term true ancestor. He recalled Rose mentioning it once before. She had said they were the legitimate descendants of the vampire race. In one hand, Rose held one of her pistols, in the other the fractured end of the silver longsword she had given Alphonse. By licking the blood that had been coated in, she had been able to return from the brink of death, just like Gerard had been able to revitalize himself by drinking Elroy's blood before. The connection was clear, and yet, unlike Gerard's gruesome action, Rose's blood drinking seemed more like some kind of holy ritual. Perhaps due to his inability to move, or anything other than lie and watch, Alphonse was able to process the situation quite sedately. Rose had been a vampire all along.
He found himself somehow unalarmed by that bit of information and didn't question it. Gerard was not so calm.
A true ancestor! Impossible! The true ancestors are all...
Rose spread her hands in acknowledgement. Indeed, the true ancestors are no more. They chose to allow themselves to perish. They realized the truth, that if human blood was required for the race to continue to exist, then the right thing to do was to allow it to die. That a life such as that has no meaning. That a life such as that has no meaning. I am the very last true ancestor in existence. She spoke solemnly. I did not. I didn't know she was speaking solemnly. Crap! Her expression dignified. I cannot forgive your kind. You elder vampires fled because you were unable to suppress your lust for blood. And then you brought shame upon the name vampire by attacking innocent humans, all because of your own inability to resist your obscene desires. Yeah, they just laughed themselves, except for her.
Spare me your lecturing! Gerard yelled and then quickly thrust out the right hand which Rose had damaged. From it emerged another barrage of blood lances which shot towards Rose at great speed. But the moment they were about to impale her body, she turned into red mist, generating a blast wave in the air. Instantly, she reappeared behind Gerard, both pistols in her hands, and fired bullet after bullet into his body. The bullets, emitting the same effulgent red aura as Rose, struck him all over. Or something like that. You taking notes in the book? No. I'll probably make brief notes after I'm done. Gerard was thrown forward by the impacts which hit him with the force of shotgun shells. He twitched and groaned on the ground in agony, satisfied that the vampire would be immobile for a time. Rose crouched down beside Alphonse. His eyes were open, watching, but he was unable to move. Rose gently caressed his cheek with her hand. Thank you, Al. Thanks to you, I now know what I must do. I have a lot that I want to say to you, but for now it will have to wait. Alphonse turned his head towards her, and for a brief moment he saw the figure of the girl he had played with when he was a child. He finally realized the truth. Too exhausted to even open his mouth, he had to content himself with silently encouraging her in his own mind. Almost as if she could sense him doing so, Rose nodded, and then stood up again. She looked over at Gerard with the same solemn expression as before. His wounds had begun to close, but the time that it took for them to do so said everything. The power of a true ancestor was enough to be able to contend with him. Foolish girl! What's wrong with drinking blood to survive? Humans take the lives of others so that they can continue to exist too. How is what we do any different?
Rose shook her head. It is completely different. Vampires have inhuman strength, can manipulate others to do whatever they desire, spawn ghouls as a byproduct of what they do. Everything about our existence goes against the natural laws of the world. We are a violation of the will of the goddess. And that is why we should be confined to the realm of fairy tales.
Rose was a vampire who hunted other vampires because of her own strong beliefs and ideals. A vampire who had resolved to deny her own race, to wipe them out, hoping that they would all be forgotten forever. Alphonse desperately tried to stay conscious, his eyes fixed on her. He finally understood the ideal that she strived for and the true nature of the solitude she carried. A solitude that even those of her own race could possibly understand. Not even. You little... Have it your way, then! Grinding his teeth in anger, Gerard held out a hand before him, and from the palm formed a monstrous sword made up of jet-black blood. The black coat that he wore also began to squirm and transform.
Giant wings like those of a bat emerged from the quivering mass. With a toss of his head, they unfurled, extending to either side of him. They flapped once, twice, and Gerard rose into the air. Suddenly, Luca fell to the ground, unconscious. Gerard had released the charm he had on her to concentrate all of his energy into his next attack. Is this him? Allow me to bring an end to your bloodline for good and return the name True Ancestors to ancient history where it belongs! He roared. Rose drew her Templar sword. Her navy coat, still bathed in scarlet light, became bat-like wings as well. She held his gaze as she ascended to his level. It's time you gave up the name Elder Vampire. You do nothing but soil it. Blades drawn, they confronted one another in midair. Charged energy crackling throughout the catacombs. Alphonse lay back, unable to do anything but observe. The next moment, their shadows crossed at lightning speed. In an instant, they had exchanged places in the air. Both had swung their swords. The blade of Rose's Templar sword, however, was nowhere to be seen. All that could be glimpsed here and there in the flickering torchlight was the glinting of wires stretching to their limit. Gerard was the first to make a sound. Lines ran across his body in a crisscross of faint stripes. As he laughed, the lines spread like cracks, slowly multiplying and widening, almost as if his body hadn't quite realized that it had been cut at all. The countless parts that formed the Templar sword blade had passed through his body over and over in a single instant. Rose turned, and with a snap of the wrist caused the wires connecting the blade's parts to bend. With the metallic clicks of interlocking metal, the parts flew through the air and came together. The Templar sword was once again whole. Farewell, said Rose. I'm sure we will meet again one day in hell. As her Templar sword returned to its complete form, the body of the Elder Vampire crumpled to the ground, feet first. Boop, boop. Finale! Well, if she's a true ancestor vampire, it's possible that she's still working with the church to this very day. And therefore, we may run into her in Trails, if she is real. Perhaps there's a reason this book was, is no longer in print. Says too much. Chapter 14, A New Dawn. When Alphonse awoke, he found himself in the center of the catacomb. No sound stirred the musty air. The first thing he saw as his eyes opened was the gentle smile of Rose as she looked down at him. She was no longer surrounded by the crimson glow that he had witnessed earlier. She seemed to have healed him as well. He could hardly pretend to be back at full strength, but he was at the very least now capable of moving. Next to him lay Luca, fast asleep. She had no visible wounds, but she was clearly exhausted from all the night's events. She had been through quite an ordeal, after all. What happened to Gerard? Alphonse had lost consciousness around when he and Rose had clashed in the air, so he hadn't witnessed any of the aftermath. Rising shakily to his feet, he saw Rose indicate a point a short distance away by turning her head in that direction. There, he saw the body of Gerard. Or, at least part of it. Everything below his chest had vanished. El. His voice was weak, but somehow he was still alive. Looking at him, Alphonse couldn't help but feel pity. How anything could survive in such a state he didn't know, but it was a testament to the incredible powers of the vampire race that he still drew breath. It was not a state that would last, however. He is beyond saving, Rose said with certainty. She slowly loaded a bullet into her pistol and pointed it at Gerard's temple. It seemed as though she had deliberately waited until Alphonse awoke before finishing him off. But I thought it best to wait so that you could witness this yourself. Alphonse looked from the gun to Gerard. Oh, right. She gently began to squeeze her finger against the trigger. Gerard cast his eyes downward, a look of acceptance on his face. But before she could pull it completely, Alphonse stopped her. Looking at her bewildered expression, he pulled out from his uniform the silver short sword that she had originally given to him. Let me do it. So you want to carry out your revenge yourself, do you? Sneered Gerard in response. What a fool you are. You have no reason to dirty your own hands. Why do you humans have to make such a big deal out of such trivial things? That's what makes you so easy to manipulate. Silence, Rose said, raising her gun a second time. Alphonse shook his head at her and turned to Gerard. I have always thought of you as a father. Maybe it was all a lie. Maybe you had ulterior motives for everything you did, but I still think of you like a parent, even now. And I'm grateful for all that you did for me. A look of shock flashed across Gerard's face. Rose appeared stunned as well. Alphonse continued, So I'm not doing this for revenge. I'm doing this so that I can move on and put all of this in the past and start a new life. Alphonse looked down at the creature who had cared for him, raised him, and who he had thought loved him. With an ache in his heart, he swung the sword. Rose watched on in silence. The only sound that broke the still quiet of the underground was the steady thread of their boots against the slimy cobblestone. Together, Rose and Alphonse trekked back through the gloomy passage toward the surface, with Rose leading the way. On Alphonse's back was Luca, still oblivious to the world. Whenever they came across the corpse of one of the innocents who had been turned into a ghoul, he stopped, closed his eyes, and prayed for them. Rose had told him that the church would be sending people to collect their bodies and give them a full burial later. As the existence of vampires and ghouls was not to be made public, all of what happened there would be buried. The world would never know the truth behind the vampire murders. They had made their way through the torchlit channel, and eventually reached the area near the entrance where natural light now shone through. Rose stopped so suddenly that Alphonse almost walked into her. Whoa, what's wrong? He asked, readjusting Luca's position on his back. Rose hesitated. There's actually one more thing that I ought to tell you.
Whoa.
Whoa. She turned to him, looking heavily apologetic. Her words were followed by another period of silence, as if she was having trouble mustering the courage to tell him the truth. Realizing this, Alphonse decided to say it for her. Is this about how the person who died trying to help you was my father? So you realized? Rose herself hadn't made the connection until she discovered Gerard's true identity. But the two cases were so closely connected that she had eventually understood. It had been over a decade ago that Alphonse's father had coincidentally come to meet the vampire hunter Rose. He found out that she was pursuing vampires, and they had agreed to work together to the same end. Eventually, he had been out one step away from discovering the identity of the nearby vampire. In other words, his friend Gerard. But that was when Gerard had realized that he was in danger of being found out and killed him before he had the chance to share his findings with her. But how do you know that was me? You have no way of knowing how many other vampire hunters may be out there, after all. Alphonse gave her a sheepish smile. During the fight earlier, I finally remembered meeting you back then. Alphonse's father had always been worried about the possibility that his family might be harmed because of his research. That was why he had come to ask Rose to watch over his child whenever he was investigating. It had taken him a long time to recall the girl who had played with him all those summers ago, but Alphonse had finally placed that familiar, gentle smile. She nodded, admitting the truth to him. I was the one responsible for getting your father involved in this to begin with. I should have searched for and fought the vampire by myself, and yet I wasn't able to refuse his offer. And despite that weakness resulting in the death of him and his wife, I wasn't able to refuse your offer this time either. Rose had been fighting a solitary battle against her own race for decades. It wasn't difficult to imagine her eventually hoping unconsciously that anyone would hold out a hand and help her. That was why, when Alphonse and his father had done just that, she couldn't bring herself to turn them down. I never intended to drink blood again either. I just didn't want to admit that I was a monster just like him, and just like the other vampires. I grew weaker by the year as a result, but still I was determined not to do it. A look of disgust crossed her face. And again, I ended up breaking my own vow and drinking it regardless. Perhaps I'm no different from the rest of them after all. Alphonse knew the solitude she had endured better than anyone else. So he replied with a smile. Don't worry about it, he said. You did it to save me, didn't you? That alone makes you different from other vampires. Sure, my parents would be grateful for all you've done. If not for you, I would have been killed. And if not for you, well, we wouldn't have been able to solve the murders here either. So, thank you. Unable to reply in the face of his warm words, Rose turned away from him. For the first time, she felt as though she could accept herself. The thorns, which had been constricting her heart, receded, as if melting away. Alphonse began walking again. His eyes pointed straight ahead, tactfully avoiding looking at Rose's face while he stood still, her shoulders quivering. Oh, is she crying? After that, neither of them said another word to each other as they made their way to the exit. The natural light peeking into the tunnel here and there gradually grew brighter, and eventually the gate came into view. Emerging entirely from the ground, underground, they could see that the eerie red moon no longer hung in the sky. In its place was the sun, burning the morning haze away and bathing the city in dazzlingly bright sunlight. Well, this is where I must take my leave, Rose said, giving Alphonse a slight bow. The vampire's presence gone from the city, Rose's mission was now over, and she had no reason to remain. Maybe you can go with Alphonse. Oh, but you have Luca here. Much as Alphonse wished she could stay longer, he nodded, responding with a simple, all right. Where will you go next? He asked. Rose shook her head. I don't know, she replied. Wherever she went, she would no doubt be pursuing yet another vampire. And there would also be no doubt that she would find herself fighting against it in a battle to the death, too. That was her duty as a vampire hunter and as a true ancestor. Well, when you've done everything that you need to do, come back here. What? What? Rose had already walked a short distance ahead of him, but she turned around again at his words. I'll always be waiting here for you, he said. Alphonse had no idea how long it would take for her to fulfill the duty that she had sworn to see to the end. But it didn't matter. He wanted her to know that there would always be a place for her to return to. And as long as that was the case, she would never be alone again. Thank you. Rose smiled, unable to conceal the happiness welling up within her. Alphonse returned the smile, and once more she turned, striding away into the brilliant sunlight. She didn't turn around again. On Alphonse's back, Luca had awoken, had been awake for some time. She couldn't help but feel a little jealous at their exchange, but she had decided to feign being asleep so as to not interrupt their farewells. Thus, the vampire murders that had terrorized the people of Heimdall silently came to an end. No one the wiser as to the culprit or conclusion of the whole affair. The criminal dead, the murders would simply stop, and the case itself would be doomed to be left unsolved for all eternity. No doubt the people of the city would one day forget that they had ever happened at all. Or they would live on as a kind of urban legend, no one believing such stories could possibly be true. Which is what happened, especially because the book that told the story is out of print. But Alphonse would always remember what had happened. He would never forget the case where he had lost several people who were deeply important to him. He would also never forget that he had found someone else important to him during it all. And he prayed that one day in the future, she would be able to find peace, freed from the deep solitude of arduous duty that burdened her. Every dark night is followed by a bright new dawn. Or, every dark night is followed by a bright new dawn, he murmured. So I'm sure that one day a new dawn will come for you too. Or come to you too. Alphonse stood still, watching silently as Rose walked off into the distance and vanished into the morning sun. The end! Dawn trail confirmed. Walking into the sun. Have a new dawn. Holy moly, chat. Whoop. Holy cow. That took 5 hours to read. That's a full-on light novel. Jesus. We should take a word count and compare it to other books. Is this longer than yesterday's stream? It's about the same length, I think. So we're like several days in a row of well, 5-hour streams, 6-hour stream for the previous day. But I don't want to make this a habit. I had to keep reading it. It is the biggest book till now, which means there could be bigger books, and the writing could even get better. The writing was fun, although all the twists were really easy to predict. There were no twists that, besides Gerard, I did not predict Gerard. Besides Gerard being the vampire. Have you done the Yellow Lady stuff? No. I have not. Don't worry, it's really simple. It'll probably take me like, I don't know, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Just gotta cheat engine Reen to just before it levels up a few times and then 5 palms. So I have New Game Plus stuff for tomorrow. Yes, we have New Game Plus stuff, which should hopefully just be that stream, and then we can, well, we'll be finished with Trails of Cold Steel. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. I believe. We have New Game Plus Bike Ride, New Game Plus Scenes after the Costume Festival, New Game Plus Final Bonding Event Choice, and all character endings. And the quiz for whenever we decide to do it. Might as well make a stream summary. We'll call this... Ooh? We'll call this extra. We're gonna have another Fish Story stream. You should have. Gosh darn it, you really want a Fish Story stream? Punishments to finish Fish Story? Oh man, that'd be really stupid. I'd love it though, it'd be hilarious. Oh look, I forgot to mark these days. This is wrong. It should be like the 26th. What the heck's going on here? 26th. We got Should be the 24th, I think. And the 25th. Wait, no, today's Thursday? Wait, this is the 22nd then. What's Fish Story? You really don't want to look it up. It's not even a game. It's like, it's just, it's literal bloatware. Just bloat. It's just a thing. It's on Steam. It's one of those fake games. It's not really a game. Quick question? Make it quick. I gotta go pee. Rosalia. My new waifu. When I see her. I want. Do you have Sky 3rd and Azure installed? That's crazy. Okay. That matters for clear save data? Is that what I'm getting at? Is that what you're getting at? No, not for save data, but for something else. What? Probably for, oh, probably a punishment. Oh, okay, that's fine. It can be a punishment. We have memes. Boy, do I gotta make these memes fast. I gotta go potty. This is the part of the bandage you were wearing around your left arm when you said you were injured in training. Oh, yeah. He said it calmly. Mod the quiz into Sky 3. That'd be hilarious, actually. Where I can make choices there. You very well could have. Yeah, you can, actually. It'd be hilarious. Ugh. We gotta go, chat. It's hurting how much... Oh, God, it's hurting. I gotta pee real bad. It hurts to hold it in. Let's look for someone to raid. Na 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 na. Who am I gonna raid today? I don't know. I don't know at all. There'll be more extra streams, or do you continue in, more extra streams? We have some New Game Plus scenes to see. We have New Game Plus scenes, and then we'll take a short half-week to week break, from Trails, and we'll get back to Trails, Cold Steel, either next week or the week after. Is there a Trails streamer? Yep, Jack712. Luna Keyblade? We've raided them before. Oh, Yapjack. We'll raid Yapjack. I don't think I've raided Yapjack. Oh, we've raided Yapjack before. But Yapjack's funny. I'm sure Luna Keyblade's funny, too. The short story stream? Short? You think 5 hours is short now just because I've had a couple 5 hour and 6 hour streams? Come on, Ajay. No bullying me. Oh, the story was a short story. I understand now. I understand what you're trying to say. I think it's less of a short story and more of a light novel. I thought of it more, it felt more like reading a light novel. Which makes sense, since that's like a lot of Japanese media comes from light novels. This is a warm-up, good lord. Here is a link to the person we are rating, just in case you miss it and you want to join in. Next time, we aren't playing Trails, but we are watching scenes that we missed, so if you want to see those, and in case maybe you played Trails before and you didn't watch all the Bond event scenes that you, and just continue on, we will be back tomorrow. So, see you tomorrow, folks. Welcome, welcome. Wait, welcome? Why did I say welcome? Thank you for watching. Here's some head pats. I appreciate you guys watching. Sleep tight, tuck in. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. And, I kiss ya. Stream starts now. No, I gotta pee. Bye. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. End stream. Quickly, gotta go, gotta go. I don't got time to waste. I gotta pee. Gotta